Not when it's two. Not when it's two.
Okay, why don't we go ahead and get started? So this is a continuation of our budget workshop that we had a week ago. So at that budget workshop, I think there were a couple of maybe clear themes coming from the board. One was that we needed to get into the recommendations from the priority-based budget and give you some clearer guidance. What are some of the things that we saw in the priority-based budget that we have problems with? What are some of the things in the priority-based budget that we want to make sure remain? But I think it's the responsibility of the board now to give more clear guidance to the staff. And I think we came out of that meeting with a sense that board members have some ideas that were not reflected in the priority-based budget necessarily that we want to put on the table and get analysis of the staff. And I think maybe the third point was that we know that this is a real time crunch, that we've got our March 9th meeting coming up where our goal is to approve a second interim report. So we've got a lot of work that needs to be done in a very short period of time. So what I'm hoping for in this meeting today, and just the schedule of the meeting, is that we're going to go till 11 o'clock. We've got the Laurels for Leaders, or Leaders for Laurels meeting right after that, and then we'll reconvene at 2 o'clock. What I'm hoping we can do this morning is get from the board members especially as clear feedback and a set of ideas that we want the staff to analyze as possible, and that and then we can get deeper into the analysis of the priority-based budget later this afternoon. But I think this time it's important for the board to be as clear as we can be. So in order to start that conversation, I wanted to just get a slide up on the one of the screens that I think Amy has prepared, that just, this is our current analysis of what our hole is, what our budget gap is. And so as board members, give feedback or make recommendations, it's in the context of a hole that we're trying to fill and what that hole is. I don't think that's in our packet.
That would be an important piece of paper.
Yeah. So I think...
we get a copy of it?
I think what Amy's putting up here right now is that.
No, but I can't see
in
that.
just a few minutes, if you give me a couple minutes, they'll make copies.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I can't.
This is a small spreadsheet that board officers asked for about half an hour.
Yeah.
So we just built it and we'll make copies.
Yeah, but it doesn't have a lot filled in right now. But that's right. I hope we can keep this screen up. So I want to actually then, I know that the staff has a lot of information, but I think it's important that we take some time right now for the board to go through and give some clarity. So let's go through maybe a couple of rounds. And why don't we start with Ms. Nakamura? Mr. DeBeck wants to start?
Okay. Well, let me get my mic on for whatever good it is. All right. I'm not comfortable with either Brace or the work that was done by the committee to come up with the budget issues. And I'm going to just say what I think my priorities are. First of all, for some reason, there are items that I believe should be cut far before things like OSILE or kids' activities, programs that kids are in. The problem I get is I've got multiple recommendations that have, for example, restricted dollars and regular, whatever you want to call the other dollars, okay? So then when somebody says we're going to save some restricted money, okay, that's really not where I think all the losses are, but so that's a problem. But I'm going to just say, I don't care what the categories are. Here's what I believe. I do not want to cut any program for kids until it's been evaluated. We haven't got a hands-on evaluation on the program, so any kind of cuts on programs will be based on somebody's opinion or lobbying. I don't like that. So we got ourselves into this pickle. We should not just automatically make some kind of cuts because they look expedient, because they didn't have as much a lobbying as anybody else. So I'm going to propose, before we cut any programs for kids, we cut any memberships that this school district has. That's board memberships in any association, CSBA, NSBA, I don't care, great cities, all of them, okay? Secondly, that we cut down and prohibit, without individual approval, any travel for board members or staff. And that we cut all lobbying and public information. If there's evaluation on those, so be it. But if there's none, then they're dead as far as I'm concerned. Okay? So public information lobbying, central office supervision, all the way down from the superintendent to the principal. All of it. Any curriculum, the same thing, unless it's mandated by law. So that's all those are, as far as I'm concerned, our highest priorities for cuts before any programs for kids. Now, if you want to then go for pay cuts, I would say that I would go as high as, or more than, 10% cut for any person who doesn't face a kid at least once a day. And then I know all this is bargainable, but then some lesser cut for those that do face the kids every day. And I want to see the numbers on those things I just mentioned, because we got, $50,000 worth of membership. We got another $50,000, $70,000, maybe $100,000 worth of travel. And I can't see that the multiple travel to places to get lobbying, for example, has been given us any more results than districts that don't lobby. If somebody can show me where those things have paid off, not whether they should pay off, but whether they have paid off, then I might reconsider. But I can't see any reason for us to maintain a public information office or lobbying or any kind of activities that are outreach to our community when we cut programs for kids. I'm done.
Ms. Jackson?
I think John was at my house this weekend. We were throwing these things up. I echo some of the same sentiment. We have to protect our schools. That's priority. Our children are while we are here, and I think that many other items, the outreach part, I do feel is important. I think that those budgets have to be trimmed, not necessarily eliminated. I do believe that the power to get things done, whether we like it or not, and John did ask for information, and we can provide that information as to whether or not having a voice in NSBA, CSBA, and the like is valuable to us. The question becomes, what happens when you're silent? And we know that silence is not always golden. Sometimes when you're silenced, you get left out. It is our responsibility, though, to ensure that we don't leave our students and children out, but that's not necessarily true at state and federal levels, because they do. They actually, whether we like it or not, they do respond to pressure. In looking at some of the questions that I have asked, and certainly I think that we also need to look at how we can partner with other entities and how other entities are doing their jobs, i.e. the county. I know that we are a very, very large school district, and in the past we have done things solely by ourselves. I don't think this is a time for us to be isolation. I think this is a time for public entities to come together, and what does the county have that we can piggyback on, and or vice versa. Is there something that we can offer them that could help them have cost savings as well? The other item I think that is extremely important is that, again, there's a lot of ideas floating around with the staff. And I don't mean just the staff sitting around here. I mean out in the field. And I don't know if we had an opportunity to solicit that input and give it to the board board, not select which pieces the board gets, but giving it all to the board. And the reason for that is because when we get these emails and people saying, well, why didn't you consider something, many times it's because we didn't even know it. Okay, we didn't even know it was sent up the food chain, and so we had to be able to have access to all of the things that is provided to the staff. If something is provided to the staff and you think it's not, the best, it's better that you do what you did here and start putting comments down. Now, some of these comments in here we may have to challenge, but I'm just seeing this morning for the first time this list of response to the questions. But I'm sure as I go through it, I'll have additional questions. But Mr. DeBeck, what I do agree is that number one, children come first. We shouldn't be cutting programs when we haven't cut everything we possibly could do at the administrative level. We just can't afford to do it. Number two, we need to look at our sister people, our charter school systems, and see how they're faring and what lessons we can learn from some of them. I know I have a meeting scheduled next week to talk with some of them about what they're doing during this particular time. Now, I know there's a difference between being regulated and unregulated, but maybe some of the things that they're doing we can actually learn from. And I think it's a time that everybody's at the table and we're not working in isolation again, alone. Okay, so.
Thanks, Ms. Jackson. Ms. Nakamura.
I'm trying to listen to my fellow board members very carefully because as I sent in an email to someone, any one of the five of us up here could balance this budget in a heartbeat. It's not that we don't know how to do it or how to add, subtract, how to figure these things out. Most of us have been here, a significant amount of time, and the two newcomers aren't so new anymore. They've been through a really rough year. We've all evaluated programs. We've all evaluated systems. The issue is trying to find where is our common thread. Where can we make these decisions? I agree with my colleagues in that where people are working with children, where programs for kids are concerned that are going to move their education forward, I don't believe that we should cut that. And I know that's a broad brush, and that can be interpreted. What's been interesting to me throughout this process is the interpretation of that. Personally, for me, the VAPA department, as you all know very well, I don't want to see that changed. Once that's gone, you can't reconstruct that, and that provides a service. This is a particular population of itinerant teachers who go around from school to school to school, and they need to be coordinated, and those need to be organized. This is not the same as social studies teachers or math teachers or any of the others who I would not recommend. But this particular function needs a coordinating voice, and in addition, repairing instruments. There are all sorts of things going for grants. This is a particular department that actually generates money. It can bring money into this district. I think we should keep that voice, and particularly even regionally. The gate department. I think all of us up here have a concern about that. It is particularly for keeping ADA within our school district, for actually advancing students. I have to tell you, the gate department, I have a child that's difficult to teach. The gate department was the only department that did anything for him out of this entire district, including some of his classroom teachers day to day. That gate department saves kids every single day, and it also advances our society. So I don't agree with the cuts to the gate department. I don't agree with cuts to OSIL. If I had to prioritize them, I would probably put them in order of Camp Palomar first, protect that. There's a photograph in this district at Franklin Elementary School of kids getting on the bus in 1957. In 1957, a bunch of kids getting on a bus to go up to Camp Palomar. That's a tradition within this district. It's something every child looks forward to. It is, especially as we are learning more and more about kids being outside and the importance of the environmental education and so on and so forth. Not to mention, of course, what happens with race-human relations. I don't support the individual schools can do it. I think you need to get outside, and I've seen the program. I've gone up there, I've listened, and I've heard the sort of training and education that goes on with our kids. It's superb, and yet it's put in a very, very supportive environment. Throwing that away not only means throwing it away for this school district, it means throwing it away for all of the other school districts within the region. Because we're the main customer, we're the largest provider, it means it's going to go away for everybody regionally, because no one else is going to be able to support that. OSILE, as a native Californian, I feel very strongly it's important with Old Town that we educate our kids about California history. I know that some of you who are from out of town don't believe that California has history, but in fact we do. And Old Town is a really critical component to reaching out for that. The Balboa Park museums, the Balboa Park program, as families are going on fewer and fewer vacations, this is about the only thing some of these kids are going to get as far as any sort of social, benefit from our city. We have a beautiful, beautiful park, and I think that our children, particularly those children whose parents don't have cars, who don't have the ability to go and see what is right in the heart of our own city, we have an obligation to bring that to our kids. So, as far as the OSILE program, looking at this, there were some things that just didn't make sense to me, and I could do a blow-by-blow, but I want to call out a couple of them. We're going to cut dropout prevention, but we're going to keep adult education. We're supposed to be a K through 12. Dropout prevention, I think, keeps average daily attendance. It brings money into the school district. I think dropout prevention is very important. I believe there are other, and as is adult education, but adult education, there are other agencies that do that, such as the community college district. So I sort of wonder, are we really taking a look at what other agencies are doing? I think our dropout prevention program and the push that we've made in the last couple of years has been superb. We've identified people, students who have left the district, and we have really made an effort to bring some of them back in. It makes a difference in those very young student lives. With the dropout prevention, well, at any rate, I wonder about the adult education, and I don't mean to denigrate that. I just think there are other agencies that do it. And I'm wondering why we're keeping a barbecue crew in catering. That's $69,000. I love the catering department, but it's food services. Why are we keeping a barbecue crew? But there are those sorts of. I just didn't see a real. There were just certain points. As I said, every single board member could go through this and call threads out. But those sorts of examples, and again, I'm going to go back to telephones in the classroom. It was the calculation, it's my understanding is that it's $25 a phone. And, if you add up, all of the classrooms, we've got 6,000 or 7,000. I think it came to $2.1 million. Now, it came back this weekend, someone says, oh, no, that's also including the central office. Well, that doesn't include the central office telephones, unless the base number of $25 per telephone per month is inaccurate, which is a possibility. We still have 7,000, if you just do the math, that's still $2.1 million, and even if it's $1 million, even if it's $1.5 million, that could save one of the camp programs. That could, we could spend that money on VAPA, we could spend that money on the gate department. If people would give up their telephones in their classroom, those people particularly who have cell phones, instead of, I realize that it's a symbol of, of having an office or whatever, but and for those school classrooms that are maybe removed from the central office, that could be important. I think we need to take a look, and there needs to be a policy. But having an ornament on your desk, in this day and age, we know that when you have the classroom is already connected to internet, you can send it on email. Mr. Lagasse, I would guess that you could probably set something up through the computers that we've got on our in the classroom, that if we need an emergency button of some sort, that we could hit the front office. There's all sorts of other ways that we don't have to have that telephone, most of which are probably, they've got to be 15 years old by now. So, that is money that we could save for VAPA. That's money that we could save for, for GATE and OSILE. I disagree with the question regarding lobbying and communication. I've seen the lobbying efforts up in Sacramento pay off. I think we've saved several $1 million. I know that we're working on the class size reduction bill. It gives us a very credible voice up in Sacramento that we haven't had for a very long time, and it's money, I believe it's well spent. Regarding communications department, I think district relations office, I think that maybe we could do some trimming there. I noticed that they seem to be largely unscathed. I think that you could. But again, I think it is also important. One of the things that we don't do in San Diego very well is talk about where to go, where there is success, and where there is failure, and why. And I think the communication department has really tremendously increased the outreach within the district with their website. For the first time, I'm seeing parents are more engaged. They've got better information. Sometimes they don't like what they're reading, sometimes, but they have the information. So, I'd take a look at the communications department again and see if there isn't someplace that we could trim it a little bit. But again, with lobbying, I deeply disagree. Regarding the board office and regarding travel and going to conferences, I don't have a problem with suspending those for a couple of years. It is, I think, travel by the Board of Education has its merit, and I think sometimes it can be helpful. I think it depends on what the circumstances are, what kind of a group you're leading, what type of an engagement. But if it's just for your own edification at this point, I think it's time that we all take a look. If it's only to pad your own resume, and then while I do deeply believe in professional development and growth, I think for the next couple of years it's going to be a little tough. And I think we need to look at ourselves and look at what we're asking our students to give up before we continue that. And don't get me wrong, I do think it is important that we know trends and stay informed. But right now, we're making some really difficult decisions. Regarding the pay raise, pay cut, I have said before, and I'll say it again, I think it is unconscionable to ask for 8%, and I know that someone has said that I'm being inconsistent. I'm not being inconsistent. I think it's important to keep talent. I want smart people working on the problems within this district, and I think the quality of who is here, if we're going to have fewer people, we want to make sure that they're the right people. And it is an obligation. So as far as an 8% decrease, I'd rather see, if it has to be 4%, or, try and find something that works on all of our, that from top to bottom, that is consistent. I mean, I think that when we do the pay raises, we give them to the top just as much as we give them to the bottom, but people have built their lives on this. We are all educators, and some of these cuts mean that, as I have said before, means that our kid isn't going to go to college this year. And that's just simply not, I don't agree with it. I just don't think it's we need something. We need to make some reductions as far as salary is concerned. And I agree with the furloughs, which is pretty much the same thing. But I'd like to not hit our staff so terribly hard. The people who remain have to be able to do their work, and they have to have confidence in the ability to live the lives that they have worked hard for, that they've gone out. Every single person in this district, for the most part, is well educated, hardworking. They've taken a lot to be here, and I want to keep them. I don't think that they should be sacrificial lambs. I think that everyone here has worked hard, and that they deserve to be paid for compensated for that. They are already, many of them have sacrificed within their industries to be here, to be in education, and are not making nearly as much money. So I want to keep smart people in the district, because if we have fewer people, we need to have smart people working hard. So that's pretty much it. But again, classroom, I don't know how we can make it clearer to you. I thought the last time when we did priority-based budgeting that the board as a whole was pretty clear about keeping a broad curriculum and at protecting programs that affect children. I think we're going to have to go back, or we're going to have to take a look at this again and really make some decisions. So,
okay, thanks, Dr. Rupp.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, first, I want to say that I do appreciate all the work that the staff has put into this. I think they certainly are in a difficult role all the time when we say, for the brace, go out and just find anywhere to cut because we need to cut, and they come back and we don't like it, and then we say, well, let's start with our priorities, tell us what our priorities are, and not tell us what our priorities are, but try to make a budget based on these priorities, and of course, we don't end up satisfied because none of us are satisfied. One of the things that we have tried to do is, look at cuts that don't hurt kids. But one of the problems we're coming up with is we have certain priorities, and we can't even fund all of the basic priorities that we have mentioned, given the budget that we have. And I think there's a very general consensus on the board that direct services to kids come first, and everything else comes second. But it's certainly not as simple as grown-ups versus kids and so forth, because we could take lots of examples that have been mentioned. If there is a lobbying effort that brings in a certain amount of money to help programs for kids, then obviously not having that hurts kids. So it's not a really simple distinction. I think what's important is that what we're doing at this point is that the responsibility is on the board to really look at, okay, we see that $86 million up there, and we are, based on the $86 million, we're saying, okay, we have put certain proposals to our employees to make huge sacrifices. That would reduce it some. We've looked at this priority-based budget, most of which we don't like, and that would do some, and even beyond that, there's still a bigger gap. I think it's important, though, that everyone be free, every member of the board be free to bring up ideas that are not necessarily, concrete proposals at this point. I know at the last meeting we had a lot of comments, for example, on the importance of arts and music, and it was interesting because what the proposal put forth by the staff was a reduction of the VAPA department of 2%. Which is a lot different than obliterating a program. I think we need a lot more information, and we've got some of that, and I think we need to get more, particularly in terms of on the priority-based budgeting, in terms of how this exactly works. One example would be with the gate department, because the idea was presented that we would still be testing all the kids, that we would still have all the gate and seminar classes, and that we would still have some support from the central office. The staff is in quite a bind, because on the one hand we say we want to decrease the number of people who are working at central office, we want less bureaucrats, to use that word, and more direct service people, and then when we consolidate things there, it affects certain departments. The idea that's put forth is that these kids aren't going to have these services, but we do want to have services for GATE, we do want to have services for language acquisition, for VAPA and everything else. What we need to do is look at how can we consolidate in such a manner that really does preserve those programs, but actually has the support staff at the central office functioning more efficiently. There are a lot of ideas that I think we need to consider, because we still have a huge budget gap. And I think even with the gap, we know that the number changes due to ongoing information coming in about we can't say for sure at this point what our ending balance will be. We were given a paper showing that in general we're still operating on first interim statistics, and in general the projection at the first interim is lower than for what the ending balance will be, is lower than what it ends up being at the end. This is a pretty general trend. We saw that last year that was not the case, but you also have to recall that last year, well after the first interim, there was a mid-year cut to the budget, which was pretty extreme, much more extreme than even the $8 million that's reflected there. So we have to make ideas and plans, even not knowing the exact numbers. I think there are several different things that we need to consider. I think the whole consolidation of the school improvement, the curriculum, and the other departments needs to be looked at carefully. If we don't take all of the priority-based budget cuts, then we are adding to the $25 million and making that going up even higher. So we have to figure out how to do that. I think everything that we want to save, we have to say to ourselves, what are we going to take away? Just one example of something that's a difficult decision. We decided to keep the student-teacher ratios the same, and one of the recommendations was to increase the teacher allocation for the K-8 because they're in a difficult situation with their scheduling of teachers and subjects. But we have to look at whether we can fix this problem in the K-8 this year or whether we need to wait a couple of years. Another proposal is, what we have some further information on, is as far as the consolidation of the small high schools within a large high school in terms of how that's handled administratively in terms of having several principals at a school site. And I think that needs to be considered very carefully also. In terms of transportation, we've seen a lot of savings come through on transportation, but I still think there is one more that we can look at, which was mentioned but in the original report but not calculated, which was the possibility of doing what other districts in the area are doing and charging for transportation in certain circumstances, not for mandated services, not for families that are not able to afford it. One of the things we put in here was, which I asked to have included here, was the budget for the Board of Education, because one of the things we do, we say every department needs to look at itself and figure out how to cut even more, even though it's very difficult to do. So the Board of Education must not be an exception to that. I think when we're still millions and millions of dollars short, we may have to, rather than trying to figure out exactly how to cut in each department, we may need to tell every department, including the central office departments, Board of Education, everything else, that we need to go back and find another 5% or something to come up with a few million more dollars. Another area we need to look at is in terms of the contribution of the general fund to special education. And within that, there are the federal laws, obviously, about maintaining our effort. And when we're spending a certain amount of money on special education, we're supposed to maintain that. And I know there are a lot of intricacies of this that go beyond my understanding. But I think we need to really look at what the spirit of the law is, first of all, which is to maintain the special education services that we have. And if the number of students in special education is going down, and if it turns out that some of the personnel in special education are taking salary rollbacks or furloughs, that is actually decreasing, providing the same services to all the students, but decreasing the total special education budget. Anytime the special education budget is decreased, that decreases the contribution of the general fund to special education. I know there are a lot of legal and technical financial issues there, but I think that's a very important area to look at. One of the things we also heard in talking with the community was looking at our properties and some capital funds in terms of being able to use some of them in an emergency situation. There's the Copley Fund that's been referred to. At one point we were told we had the flexibility to use that. At another point we've been told that's not a legal possibility, but I think it is certainly something that the public wants us to look at if we have some flexibility in those funds. The other area that we need to look at, we have the $21 million from the priority-based budget, and again, I think if we're going to cut into that, we need to say, okay, what else are we going to add on to replace that, because we're still short. But when we had the priority-based budget, we had several items that were below the line that hadn't necessarily been subjected to the priority-based budget, which was the school site athletics allocation, school sites telecommunications. There was some confusion about the gate teacher allocation, about whether that was a properly calculated. Also, the over formula teacher figure, we weren't sure about that. And then on the magnet allocation, I'm not sure if that's the amount that's coming from the general fund, or if there are special funds that are covering the magnet. So I think there's an additional quite a few million below the line on the priority-based budget that we need to kind of scrutinize in the same process. That's all I have for now.
Good. Well, I think I don't know that I've got anything to add, actually, from what's been said. So I'll just maybe highlight a few things that I'd agree with, where we need to look. I think this question of the general ed contribution to special ed, we really need to analyze. We're currently projecting that at about $115 million. My understanding is that we've never gone much above $100 million. And when we're in an effort to actually reduce the over-identification, of special ed students, to bring more inclusion into the general ed classrooms, it seems like the idea that we would be increasing our general fund contribution to special ed doesn't make a lot of sense logically. My guess is that there's questions about the, what actually are the legal mandates and how we interpret those. That probably goes into that calculation. But that seems like a big leap of another $15 million or so from our general fund into special ed contribution at a time when, as Dr. Evans talked about, we're looking to potentially reduce the overall or make more efficient the overall delivery of services to special ed students. So that would be one that I would really want us to do some careful analysis of. I put on the table a couple of things that are very difficult, for me to put on the table because they're ideas that I believe in very strongly. One is there's been a lot of conversation, and it's fair game, about at a time of real financial crisis that we're making such an increased contribution to in technology to our I-21 program, and in particular, I think a lot of people understand that the installation of the whiteboards and the Promethean boards and a lot of that work is paid for out of our school bond. And so we're talking about restricted funds that are, making those capital improvements. And so to stop doing that wouldn't help us with our unrestricted funds. But the question has come up, I think, repeatedly, but what about all of the other expenses that are associated with our, ramping up our I-21 program, including professional development, for teachers and maybe ongoing maintenance and other things. And so I've asked, the staff to come back and do an analysis of if we were to simply suspend for a couple of years the rollout of our I-21 program, what savings would we see in the general fund unrestricted? And I believe that the analysis is going to be not much, if any, because even the professional development and other expenses are also paid for through restricted funds. But I think that's important analysis, for us to have back. Another area that's very difficult for me to put on the table for analysis is the consolidation of small high schools. San Diego High School, Crawford High School, Kearney Complex. I believe in small high schools. I believe that as a lot of research has shown that small high schools on their own are not an answer to improving the high school experience for students, but I believe it can be an important part of the answer, and we do certainly have small high schools in this district that have shown tremendous improvement for those students. But we also have small high schools, including small high schools in San Diego High, the area that I represent, where we have not seen a lot of improvement for students in the time that the small schools have been in existence. And because we're in a situation where we've got to be, every choice that we have is a painful choice, I think we've got to be looking at that. Are there things that we can do right now in those complexes where we've converted large high schools to small high schools, where we can potentially save some money and do a better job for our students? And I think we've got to put those questions on the table, as difficult as that analysis is, will be for those school communities. I think I hear maybe a little bit of a consensus emerging, and maybe not the way that I'll frame it, but in terms of the way I tend to think about the support that schools need. So I think there's clear consensus on the board that we want to protect funding for our schools. I think Ms. Jackson raises a question that I've had for some time, which is, what is the level of support from outside of a school budget that charter schools receive? So charter schools in general don't have school improvement officers. Charter schools don't have curriculum and instruction departments. Charter schools don't have a lot of things that schools in our district, have in terms of support from the central office. So I guess the way that I would frame this question is, can our schools in the district, thrive at the same level of central office support in a sense that charter schools receive? And I know charter schools have mixed results, so do our district schools. But if charter schools can get by without the levels of central office support that we have in our district schools, why can't our district schools, and what would that look like if we were to basically give the same, you could call it freedom, or you could call it lack of support to our district schools that charter schools receive? I guess that's the way that I would frame this conversation of central office support for reducing central office support in order to preserve funding at the school level. And the only other one that I would highlight that I also just threw out as a broad challenge to all of our central office departments: can we go deeper than what we identified in the priority-based budget recommendations? So what I threw out is, can we look at another 5% reduction across the board in our central office departments? My guess is the answer to that is depends on which department. That some departments really might be, have been stretched beyond their limit, but maybe other departments, need to be subject to a little bit more analysis. And the last one is the point that Mr. DeBeck brought up last Tuesday, which is, if we're making salary reductions, which furlough days do, are we making them in a way that's fair? So is somebody that's really struggling to get by and make ends meet getting hit at the same level as people at the top of the pay scale in the district? And so what I put on the table for analysis is, if we exempt from salary reductions, say, people making less than $30,000 a year on an FTE basis, but then subject people making more than $125,000 a year to a 15% salary cut, and these are just numbers that I'm putting out there for the sake of of taking a look at, what would that look like in terms of
Wouldn't be a wash.
So let's take a look at that. But if we're going to talk about a concept of of fairness, then I think we have to we have to throw some numbers out. And if the answer is it's a wash, or if the answer is it costs the district more money to do something like that, then maybe we need to throw different numbers out there to look at. And in terms of, I do the priority-based budget, I think, did a very good job of preserving a couple of key priorities, that I identified, for the district, or that I think as a board. Priority-based budget maintains class size. The priority-based budget also maintains VAPA. I mean, I think there was a lot of conversation last week from advocates for VAPA. I think there were 5 advocates for VAPA on the board. I don't see that the priority-based budget in any way threatens VAPA. I think it preserves VAPA. No, it does not. It does not. Go ahead, Mr. Stover.
The VAPA program would, under our proposal, would be reduced by 1 resource teacher out of the 30 that exist.
Uh-huh.
The program in its entirety, except for that 1 teacher, would be then subsumed under a new department that would coordinate all of the programs across the board of that nature. So it is
right.
The VAPA structure is intact.
Yeah.
The lead VAPA person would report to an executive director. Now in the new world, but
somebody
there would
different
be
from
a reduction of
right.
1 FTE.
Yeah,
Yeah, but it's going to report to Career Technical Education, correct?
No.
No? Okay.
Would report to IS, a new instructional support service.
Okay.
The VAPA director currently reports to somebody. Now the VAPA director would report to somebody else, but the VAPA program stays intact.
I apologize for interrupting.
No.
Except for 1 person.
Except for 1 out of 30 people, right?
Right.
So the gate. I know that there's been. There's been discussion with the gate community actually since last Tuesday, and I see in the revised priority-based budget recommendations. And I won't ask this question now because we'll get into it, but I guess what I'm not understanding in the revised recommendations is, are there any cost savings associated with the with the recommendations regarding GATE? So we'll get into that conversation. And in terms of OSILE, OSILE is a program I believe deeply in. As I've said, the first time that I was in the mountains in my life was at 6th grade camp, and I know that there are a lot of people in our community that's true, and there are a lot of people in our community that the last time they're going to be able to take advantage of Palomar or Old Town or Balboa Park to a certain extent is through the OSILE program. I think it's a critical part of the school experience for our students that sticks with people for their entire lives. And that is maybe unique to San Diego, but I think it's a special part of what we have in San Diego. What I would like to see is an analysis of OSILE that are there areas that we can reduce for the next couple of years? In other words, is OSILE dependent? In order to have a strong OSILE program, do we have to do it at the same level of funding that we're currently doing it? I think that's a conversation that I know people from involved in the OSILE programs already began with the district as part of the BRACE conversation and are willing to have more of. I also think the OSILE program is something that our district needs to be calling on our community. We've got tremendous advocates in this community for Balboa Park, for Old Town, and certainly for Camp Palomar and the notion of environmental education. We as a district are going to need to reach out to you and ask you to help us fund these programs, for the next couple of years while we're in this crisis. And I believe that we need to do that, which is part of the reason why I also believe that having a strong community outreach capacity in our district is important, along with I do believe that there are tangible benefits to our district from our lobbying effort in Sacramento. Although the idea of cutting board travel, I'm more than fine with. There's a upcoming conference in Washington, D.C. that I think some of us are going to go to. I'm doing it on frequent flyer miles, and I'm going to stay with people that I know when I'm there. So I don't have a problem with us looking at cutting back travel and conference memberships and that kind of thing. But yeah, I think overall, taking a closer look at the special ed contribution, doing this analysis of small high schools within a larger high school, probing deeper, can we get another 5% out of these some of these central office departments, is what I would highlight right now. Okay, so yeah, do we want to do a next round?
Well, I'll be as quick as I can. On the last item about the schools being supported by charity versus taxes, I'm not in favor of going to a community and begging for support for programs when the community hasn't shown, and that question would be, hasn't shown support for increasing taxes like parcel taxes to cover programs. Public education is public education. It isn't private donations that should fund it. How many cookie sales do you need to run a school district? I don't believe in that. So I'm going to say that, I don't want to go out. I love people to support our schools. If they want to donate money to the general fund, let them do it. If they want to tie strings to their donations, as some do, that's okay too. But I'm not in the business, or I didn't get elected to go out begging to the community for private donations to support the general obligations of school districts. So that's, if it's not being supported by the state in general support for the kids in ADA, and we're sitting on top of a resistance to local taxes to support the programs we have, then we're going to have to cut. Now, as to wanting to study things, we run out of time. Sometime between now, which is the 15th or so, and probably the end of this month, we have to make a decision period, or we'll just backed ourselves into the corner. So we don't have time for all these studies. That's why I believe the only solution is a general salary decrease. So should money come forward, that we can reverse it. Instead of that, some folks are pointing this way or this way to say, let's cut things that aren't need. And I don't think that we can do that unless we have had a systematic evaluation of the things. That's our biggest weakness. We don't know what the contributions of half these things are. And I've read the rebuttals to why we need to lobby and why we need to do all this stuff. If we were effective in lobbying, we wouldn't be in the position we're in right now. And to continue to beg the feds and the state for support begs the issue. It's a general economic decline in the country. The state is fighting hard to survive. They're not coming out to help us. The feds are not coming out to help us. We're on our own. So then the question is it, I read all these things, the rebuttals to all the statements that I might have raised, like, who wants to do anything like some of the questions I asked? But the point is, the options disappear. And if they're all illegal and they're all impossible, then our solution's already made for us. And when I read that you can't do this and you can't do that, and when I read recommendations of shifting, gate psychologists to special ed, and there's no difference in the cost, then all you're doing is shifting the cost to add to the encroachment. You're basically not doing anything to help yourself. So, and if all these things were valid, successful ideas for savings, we should have incorporated them a long time ago when we weren't under stress. Okay, now I can remember a year ago when I was talking about this budget, one of the things I put on the table were furloughs. Now all of a sudden furloughs make sense, but they're not enough. If we'd had furloughs last year, we'd have had that savings rolled over double. We don't. And if we'd saved $15 million last year, we'd had $30 million together of the 2 years. We're basically now facing a time when we've got probably less than 15 days to make a decision, and we're going to be doing it by the seat of our pants, not by evaluation, not by a yardstick that measures how many kids are actually in contact with the people, but how we feel about whether or not we go to Sacramento and beg again. I ain't going to go there. We're against it. I still stick with the idea that our membership, our travel, and our public information, and our lobbying, and our central office line authority over principals needs to go. And so does our staff development, and so does our and so does our curriculum development. We can't afford those luxuries. They are essential parts of education, except when you don't have the money, and we don't. So we can sidestep all this stuff, GATE and OSILE were centrally funded for a reason. That's to support the schools economically to do the stuff. If you want to push it back out, it's very much like pushing out special ed. So don't have any centralized support for kids. No deaf program in a high school. Just to have all the deaf programs throughout the high schools, it costs you more money to do it. So the reason we centralize services within special ed, or centralize services within general ed, or we take the mega item that they gave us years ago and started cutting off our fingers so we could save money. We basically have already done those things about cutting programs, and now we're sitting here and we're saying, oh yeah, but the people who walk around and talk to people about giving us money should stay while the kids' program should go? I'm not there. So I may be the one sole vote that says, you know what? Don't do it. We're not going to spend the money on central services. We can't. And if that's not enough, then let's cut the personnel costs, which is everybody takes a hit. If you want to graduate it, so be it. I don't care, but I think we need to find the money and fast, and not, dance around the head of a pin trying to find little pieces of, stuff. It's not there. I mean, if we did away with all the cell phones, would that balance our budget? Heck, absolutely not. Would we do away with all the phone service to schools? Absolutely not. So we are basically facing a big hunk of money. And if you got a better answer, go for it.
First, let me go to your document that you gave us with answers on it, because it's going to take something from everywhere in order to meet this deficit. It's not going to be a one-shot thing that's going to make it work. So I'm starting here at I guess it's page 1 of your responses in this board printout. And it says the ballot center, the funds to be given to the schools. That's about, I think we have about 83 Title I schools, about $7,000. The question that the reason I bring this up is because the concern that I have is the legal requirement under Title I. What happens if school gets $7,000 and that's not enough for them to do what they need to do as far as the requirements by the law? If that's how it's allocated, I'm not quite sure if it's allocated by students or just divided equally among the schools. And that, I think that needs to be known. Then I go down to really the next page, which is the chief improvement officers and improvement officers. Well, and the first one is here, the consolidation of the small schools. And I do agree with Mr. Barrera that it can be combined. Looking at the document that was provided in the back of the packet, it looks like this has been reviewed. What people have to understand is that initially during the small schools movement, there were a lot of Gates funding attached to that. That funding went away at the end of November, and while some schools are doing great, some schools are not. We're not saying that the themes for those schools have to go away. The schools can still maintain those learning communities as they have. What we're doing is looking at how the executive leadership at that school is shaped. So if you look at all of them, in Crawford, there's a savings of $371,000. Kearney is $175,000. Lincoln is $502,000, and San Diego Complex is $385,000. Now, I understand, and I think it's written here in bold someplace too, that it is going to be the problem of the leadership. How do you select one principal out of a community when you have 4 or 5 good qualified people, and what happens to the other people, which is why this has been such a controversial thing. The focus right now has to be on the students. It really, really has to be on the students. And if that's going to save us $1 million by having these schools to be small learning communities versus 4 individual cost centers with 4 individual principals, then that is an easy solution for me. So I put okay beside all of those. When it comes down to, I think, risk management, classified HR, and it says risk management only has 6 employees. The question is whether or not this can be combined with legal or HR. There's a number of items in here, but things that say people are uniquely, this is very uniquely the issue. And my concern is that, and Mr. Beck said it right, correctly. During a time of economic crisis, we don't have the luxury of having uniquely identified areas. All areas have to work together. I always mention, try to consolidate, and I think you've done some good work around consolidation, but we're just going to have to do a little bit more. And the bottom line is that in order for us to meet this economic crisis, we will have to trim around the edges, which means we will be losing some people, but it shouldn't be the people that are touching the kids. And that's hard because sometimes, those people are maybe, listening upstairs or sitting here in the audience today, and I'm sorry for that. When it goes over to, I'm moving over to page number 4 now. Excuse me. Where it says Deputy Superintendent. On one of my items previously, I asked about the special assistant to the superintendent, and that was fine when we have money. We don't have money. So the deputy superintendent's office here, where you have option number C, where you're reducing these people, which would save about another $1 million, that's workable. I think what we're doing again is we're giving more emphasis to the actual principals at the site. Now, I understand that in times past that the principals have been talked to about what happens if the central office support is not there. What does that look like? To me, that is a critical thing for right now, a critical issue. A critical issue would be, I think that everyone is hearing, majority of the board say that our focus is on the schools and our classroom. Then the conversation now needs to be with the principals to say, okay, if you do not have support coming from central office, what is it that you really, really, really need to have from central office, number one, okay, that you just absolutely cannot live without, and whatever that is identified as, how do we make that work? And then number 2, and as Richard and I mentioned earlier, many of our charter school partners, they don't have the same requirements. I understand that, but the question is, how do we help our principals, number 1, know what their budget is? And this is the problem. That I think many of the principals are concerned about. They do not know what their budget is. They have to call up to the central office to find out, can I spend this money? Then the central office will tell them in a couple of days, yes, they can, or maybe they can't. And then they say, well, but according to, this section, I can use it. And then they say, well, okay, you can use it. Only find out later that they can't use it. It causes this big ball of confusion. What I don't understand as a board member, I think Catherine had said it earlier, is that all we need, the schools need to know how much money they have. Any principal, and even us, that are given a clear understanding how much money. So if I was to ask, Mr. Stover or Amy, how much money does one school generate? What is a school X budget? How much do they get per ADA? How much do they get per Title I? How much do they get per impact aid? How much do they get for second language learners? I mean, the whole list. Could you tell a principal that? And then could you give the principal that budget? Now, I know our budget book will have something in there, and usually that amount includes something that's coming from the central office. But I believe that given what we have as far as technology, that we can say to a school site, here is your budget. Your budget is $1.5 million, or maybe it's $10 million, or whatever it is. Here is your budget for the year. Now, can we run this school on this budget? This is the funds that are generated by your student population for this school. Can we run the school on this amount? If the answer is no, the community, which is why we have state codes that involve the school site councils, if the community is aware of this, then the community has to make a decision about their schools. The other thing that happens here is that we're deciding all of this about schools, and we're not engaging the people that it affects mostly, which is the community that is sitting in. So, for example, if a school budget is $10 million and the school says, you know what, we cannot, to the community, the funds that we generate for our school is $10 million. Our school cannot function on $10 million. And the question becomes whether or not that school is able to function in that community. We haven't talked about school closure. It's in here for a couple of items, and again, I think legal is saying, well, we have a protocol, but I know that we also, in time of emergency, can do emergency items, which may mean having to look at schools and close schools if we have to. What we do now is we say, okay, school X over here needs to have an additional, $5 million, and we shift it from wherever to make sure that school has it. And while people hear me say, I do believe in schools in the community, but right now I think we have to look at what is a school entitled to, and then the principals and the community decide whether or not they can make the school function with the funds that they're entitled to. And I think that's one of the advantages that maybe our charter peers have over us. Let me speed up, I'm sorry here. On page 6, the district relations, I think the government relations person should be in the board office. Whether we like it or not, on the state and federal level, it is about lobbying. You cannot be silent. If you're silent, you do get left. Now, right now, the economic crisis is because of a general state not having funds. But believe me, if we're not there pounding on the pavement, asking questions, trying to advocate for education is going to get cut. And I know last year we rallied the call, and people called and sent emails, and that's why we didn't take as deep a cut as we possibly had been planned for. But it is because when people voices are heard, people respond. Just like up here on the board, sometimes people will say, I'm going to do one thing, but when the people come down and advocate, they change their mind. And so lobbying is essential. Now, whether or not the board members go to these places, I know, because I probably want to go the most. Yes, I think it is important that we go. I don't need to pad a resume, because I don't need a resume for anything in particular when it comes to doing my board responsibilities. But I do believe that it is important that, being the second largest district in this state and one of the largest districts in the nation, that our voices are heard. And people are always wanting to know what San Diego is thinking, what San Diego is doing. And we can't always just say, well, just wait till we go to the council and let other districts and superintendents tell us what is going on. We need to be leaders. And leaders mean that sometimes you look at things differently, and then you bring forth ideas and see what people say about them. So I think the Governmental Affairs Relations Office should be part of actually the board's office, because the trips and the conversation needs to be more intense. And I applaud them for what they have been doing so far. And we have sponsored legislation, and got some things done because we are so large, and we do get appointments. One of the issues that came up before was that when we go to D.C. and Sacramento, and it's mentioned in your report, we can get appointments that other people can't get. We get them because we are so large. We haven't taken advantage of that in the past. We've kind of like wanted to stay back. And I really, really believe that we have to be leaders and push items forward and not just wait for our organization to be part of it. I'm moving on to page 15 now, JROTC. I said, just do it. It's only, people say, well, it's only 50%. And I go back to my comment about schools. When a school calls up and says, oh, this program is only $20,000 that you need to give to me for this program, I say multiply that times 200 school sites. Okay, every little bit right now in this particular deficit helps, and we have models here in our own county where there's lots of other schools that don't even have a central office person at all. Strategic outsourcing office on page 16. I said the cost centers, and this is an item that goes throughout the entire budget, where the executive staff and their cost centers are separate. And this is very confusing. Why? Because most of the time when someone looks at a department, and no offense HR, if I look at HR's budget, I think that's the entire HR's budget. It is confusing when I find out later that that was only part of it, because the executive leadership team has another cost center altogether. And so I think that we can maybe simplify things by whatever budget it is. If it's the board office budget, then all of the board office stuff is in there together. It's not code 500, 501, 503, 502, unless there's a specific reason that would help us, in the big scheme of things. But right now, I think that sometimes you have all these departments, and so the board thinks that we're trimming one department. In actuality, we have not touched some executive staff or leadership because that wasn't even in the budget. So I think that part is important as well. We had some cost-saving measures that was brought to the staff, some auditing of our medical records, I think it was, or our medical, and some e-procurement options that would save us quite a bit of money. And even, I think there was a question about how they could help us make money. And I think that those things have not been brought back or addressed as far as the overall budget, as potential savings. And I think that would be good for us to know, too. Of those items, I know the staff is working on some of them and going to implement some of them, but the question is, what is the potential savings? And it may be that we have projected, $5 million, but whatever that is, I think it would be important for us to know as far as when we're looking at trying to fill this this entire gap. And I hear, and we all understand that our backs are up against the wall. We have to have this budget done, and probably by the end of the month, we have to make some very, very tough decisions. And I don't think there's anyone sitting up here that wouldn't mind making tough decisions. The question is, we'll make the right tough decisions. So we don't mind making the tough decisions. And I say that because sometimes staff will say, well, gosh, if we tell them this, they may not like it, or it's going to be really, really hard. Our point is this: we don't mind as long as it's the right thing. The only worst thing than making a tough decision is making the wrong tough decision. And so our goal is to make the right one, which is keeping us in our primary business, which is educating children, which is our focus. Thank you.
Ms. Nakamura.
Yeah. There are, districts up and down this state who are in crisis and have been making decisions. Some of them have already been taken over, and the estimate is that there's going to be a number of other school districts that are going to be taken over. If we don't start making some decisions, we're going to be one of those school districts. I'm going back to closing schools, which we're talking about hard decisions. If we're consolidating these small high schools, I think we need to also take a look at the fact we have a school in this district with 138 students. 138 students. I don't know a private school that functions well that has 138 students. We have another that's 179 and has been that way for years. What Mr. DeBeck wanted to say was a stitch in time saves 9. And right now we're, I think, at a point where 20 stitches might save, the patient. we've got to make some really difficult decisions. It is because we have delayed. I could give you a whole laundry list of things that we could have done where we've missed opportunities, and it has become compounded and compounded. I'm, in favor of going back and looking at some of these small schools. We've got 3 that are under 200. We have 11 that are under 250 schools. We have 14 that are under 275, and we have 23 schools that are under 300. I don't think anybody's going to cut to 300. I'd be surprised at 275, and I don't think all of the schools that are under 250 should be considered. But you've got at least 2 people that have talked about closing schools up here as a possibility, and Ms. Jackson is correct that we do have the ability to do this on an emergency basis. There is a policy, and I don't think our attorney, our general counsel, has ever said that we don't have the authority to do this. I think the community has shouted loud and clear that we don't have the authority because we'd be violating our own policies. But we do have the authority under emergency circumstances such as these to close schools. So, we may not hear another voice for that up here, but I think it is. I think that's a consideration that is a responsible consideration. It's a difficult consideration. I think you need to look at it in the totality of the circumstances, the geography of the particular school where it's going to be closed. We don't want to leave any part of the district that's without any resources for kids to go to. But, I'm willing to look at that. I also would like us to take another look. Could we develop a policy, a paperless policy within this district? Because it's not just about the actual paper that we print out in this district, but transporting it, the transportation. I don't actually need to have paper delivered to my home, to be honest with you. As a board member, I can come in my own car and I can go pick it up. I know that there are, cutting back on those schedules if there's something that you absolutely have to have, delivered. But, I would expect that Mr. Lagasse has lots of ideas about what a paperless school district would look like. I mean, it's unbelievable the amount of paper and the transportation of sending this stuff crisscrossing every day across the district. If we could develop a policy that would severely curtail that, it would be, I think, that would be a step in the right direction. It would save, it's good for the environment, the gas, the fumes that comes from these cars. It'd be the paper that saved the trees. That's another area that I'd like to look at.
Obsolete when you get it.
No, not necessarily. I think if you do
Mine is.
Well, it is obsolete when you get it. By the time you get it, it's obsolete anyway. That is, I get your point, Mr. DeBeck. So, Ms. Jackson was talking about letting principals have their own budget. This is getting back to the concept of making schools work. A book that, if I had more cash, I'd go out and buy a copy for every board member. We are implementing Proxient. Where is Mr. Macias today, by the way? I don't see our chief financial officer.
He has a medical emergency today.
Okay. But we are implementing Proxient, which is going to give principals the opportunity. This is one of my sad, I've been reduced to fantasies like this, but this is one of the things that I've dreamed of for a long time. Once I found out what not only principals have to work with, but department heads have to work with. When, Ms. Shackelford, when are we going to be having the Proxient? I know that all of you are doing a lot of things all at once, and it's very demanding, but this could, in fact, help us a lot.
Yeah, we're trying to get finish the data uploads into the tool in the next couple of weeks. They have finished the initial programming, which has integrated the school site plans and the financial data into one tool. And so now it's just a matter of getting all of our position data, last year's financial history, and all the revenue and the allocations, all of that loaded into the tool.
At one fixed point in time and move forward. Okay. I think that will help tremendously if we can get that up. I know that our principals are dying for their workbooks. They can't believe that they haven't got their workbooks yet for making the year. I don't agree with moving the government relations office, just for the record, into the board office. I think it ought to. We have a superb district relations officer who's made a tremendous amount of difference, and I prefer going through him. He's if we get appointments frequently, it's because of him as much as it is our government relations person. Layoffs, we're going to be having to look at layoffs and discussing that. Salary reductions, we're going to have to look at that. And I think some of these schools are going to have to be closed. In looking through, I've got a question also about our chief special projects position. I know that that's currently filled, but that was a significant amount of money that I think we can look at. I agree with Mr. Barrera's comments about $115 million for special education students. When I started on the board, that number was $60 million. I remember very distinctly. It was. It's now $115 million, and we talk about health care and the escalation of health care. I think this is far outstrips that. So if we've done, I agree it's counterintuitive, Mr. Barrera, that if we have looked at, the main reason we're mainstreaming and we put all of those efforts in is in order to have a cost savings, and yet here it has so dramatically increased. I'm actually speechless. So it's, I think we do need to take a look at that again. Regarding deputy superintendent, I think sometimes we really misunderstand the scale within this school district. I mean, it is as though, if you took, we say we have 200 schools. I mean, I know it depends on how you count them, 206, 180. I mean, it depends on how you count them, but let's just, for round numbers, say 200. If you just take 200 popsicle sticks and lay them out in front of you, and imagine the superintendent having to manage every single one of those individuals. Just put a little face, on the popsicle stick and imagine that's a principal. One superintendent can't do that. And these are human beings, and they need the support from, the central office. I agree with Ms. Jackson, we need to find out what would be the most helpful type of support. But I do know that also someone stopping in, as an SIO, and we have had, SIOs in this district since the beginning of time, I believe. I've gone back, I remember the first time we went through this on the Board of Education. I actually went back and looked at the district, and we have always had about 7 of them, sometimes 5, but usually 7. Just 200 popsicle sticks, and then asking one superintendent to manage all of that. That can't be done. He needs to have, second-level managers to help out with that. So I'm not saying that it has to be with all the little bells and whistles. I think that we've got a number of people who are indeed that department has already been stripped, pretty significantly. But I'm in favor of giving that support to the superintendent. So, particularly since we have an atypical superintendent at the current time who is not an educator himself. But even so, nobody's God. A superintendent has to be able to do that. So, given all of these recommendations, I'd like to see an analysis of at some point, everything that we've said. How are you guys going to handle this? You guys are going to, we're going to deconvene, and then you're going to go to work some magic and run the numbers and tell us what all of the things that we've said mean, and what's our whole again? I mean, where are we with even these recommendations? Because we are running out of time, and it's March 15th is marching on us. Beware the Ides of March. Is true in this particular instance. So I think, how are you going to handle this?
We should direct that to the president.
Mr. Barrera.
I'm just saying.
Well,
I'd like to ask the superintendent, because he's going to direct
staff. That's my question too. I wanted Dr. Evans to get his last comments in, and then that was exactly.
You were going to pursue that.
Yeah.
Okay, because we are at 10:30.
Yeah.
I don't know that we've added much value, but.
Okay, I was just commenting because that's kind of the point I was getting to as far as what our next steps are going to be. But I think one of the things, obviously, we're looking at we have the priority-based budget numbers, and we're looking at those, and we don't like some of those, but if we take some of those off, we have to bring some more onto the plate. There's, I think, a very general consensus about the need to protect direct services to children and the money at the school site. Even within that, I don't think anything should be 100% sacred. I just wasn't quite clear when I looked at some of the school site allocation mentions, and I did mention about the fact of increasing the number of teachers in the K-8 schools, but there were mentions in there about vice principals, the number there are, and then the number that are needed, the same with nursing and counselors and so forth. And I fully understand, appreciate the fact that we're way under on what we need, but we also have to look at, can we improve when we've been operating at a certain level? In the middle of a big crisis, can we actually increase those numbers? And I'm not even clear if that was the case. So I think that's one of the things that will get clarified when we hear from the staff. I think now I'm just hearing a lot to them in terms of what the central office role and support, and I think the two parts, and this is what the priority-based budgeting people have been trying to look at, is the two things are, one, like if you were to ask principals and school site people, what do you need in terms of help from a central office? And then the other is, thing that the principals and others might not care about, is what is legally required. I mean, that's not their problem in terms of what the district is required to do, but those are the kind of the two angles to go about that. And I think that there's a lot for us to look at here, because we have charged the staff with looking at consolidation rather than elimination, and if there are certain departments such as FAPA or any others that there may be a little bit different line in terms of who they're reporting to, but we are not doing away with those services, and we're not doing away with someone watching over them and making sure that they continue. I think the example that Ms. Jackson gave in terms of the charters is a good place to start. Obviously, there are some differences in terms of what we have to do as a district versus a charter, but still there's this concept of what are schools able to do on their own. And the whole point that the central office is there, which is a philosophical point I think we've been making anyway before the budget crisis, is having central office as a support that facilitates rather than directing and dictating. Which is one of the reasons I mentioned Ms. Meyer earlier. I don't like the term school improvement officer, because it kind of implies an inspector coming in and making sure you're doing what the district wants to do, as opposed to someone who's really supporting and backing them up and providing them with the help and the resources that they need to run their school, which I know is the intent. I think there's a lot of things that we don't like. I think some of the suggestions that I made came up to about $4 million, which had to do with the consolidation of small schools, further consolidation of the school improvement, the transportation charging issue, and not increasing the teacher allocation, but moving them around. And then maybe this is maybe a pipe dream of looking for a few $1 million by further trimming department budgets. And we were going about this different ways, and one way to look at it is what's absolutely needed and what does it cost to do it. But the other is, if you have only $3 in your wallet, what are you going to do with it? And so if instead of $3 you have $2.80, looking at each department, what would you do in your department with $2.80 rather than $3, which is just another way to look at making some really, really difficult decisions. I think, and just to kind of comment what Ms. Nakamura was saying and what Mr. Barrera is going to lead on anyway, is this issue of, I think what we need to do, what I would like to see today is to get some clarification from the staff of a lot of things we said. Not that they can go back and run all the numbers and say everything, but I know I brought up questions that were included in the notebook that you gave us. And that happens a lot. But I think we can get kind of a high view of this is how it works, whether it has to do with school closures, telephones, charging for transportation, any of these different types of things, just kind of a ballpark idea, because I think we need to make some decisions and come up with some general direction based on some general information and have that refined, rather than let's just get some information and now the staff go out and do it. The board has to really say, okay, we're really willing to look at cutting $1 million here. We're willing to look at doing away with this. We're willing to consolidate this. We know the staff can't sit here and say this is exactly what it comes out to. but I don't think we can just say a lot of different ideas and go out and work on it, because I think with our time frame, we basically have to come up with some general structure today, and then give it to the staff maybe to refine within the next few days, and meet within a few days to kind of work at finalizing this a little bit more, because we have to simultaneously work with our employee groups, work with the staff, and come up with some decisions pretty much within the next 2 weeks.
Yeah, so I agree. So I think where we're at now is, unless board members have other ideas right now that haven't been discussed that you want to put on the table. So let me ask that question
I have
first.
one question.
Yeah.
Okay, I've got the sheet, this unrestricted ending balance. I guess this is for Amy. And it shows an ending balance actual for 2008 and 9 of $44,877,000, but the beginning balance that shows for 2009 and 10, which would be the next year, is a $54 million item, which I'm assuming the difference is restricted funds.
This is just the general fund unrestricted piece.
So I don't know what this does for me.
This was
I requested it, and I just wanted to know, just have some information on the history of when a first interim projection is made, which is what we're currently operating on, first interim information. When a projection is made, how does that compare to how it actually ended up? And I understand every year is different. Every circumstance is different. But it was just to see the pattern there.
Okay, all right. So then, but then the difference is in the vicinity of $18 million, and that then is restricted fund balance.
reserve.
Yeah, but it's a restricted fund balance reserve. I don't know. You see, in other words, this is the general fund unrestricted. So then the number at the beginning balance that you have on this page dated February 16th has a $54,286,000 beginning balance for the 29 and 10. Okay, and the ending balance for each year usually rolls up to the next year. Okay, so then, but the ending balance that shows on this unrestricted ending balance sheet has the difference between that and the $54 million, which is round figures is $20 million bucks. Or no, $10 million. Excuse me. I guess if we're talking about our ending balance projections, we have to have ending balance projections for general fund and restricted, or else we can't use the numbers at all.
Yes, this was just a snapshot to show how it can fluctuate between first interim, second interim, and
the pattern is that the ending balance is always higher than the estimates by some considerable sum, and apparently
in 8-9,
except for this year.
Yeah, in 8-9, that was the governor's May revise where they gave us money back in 08-09, and then they took it away in 9-10 with that $250 ADA. So that's
so the history is that we have usually more reserves than we believe, except this year we don't. Isn't that a fair statement?
I think
okay.
two observations, John. One, this was put together at Trustee Evans' request about half an hour before we began the session, and it was only looking at the unrestricted general fund. The purpose was to show a comparison between the first and second interims and the actual for the general fund unrestricted. I think is a general theme in most stable funding years, or where there are not major changes that may revise, the ending balance tends to be a little bit higher than projected at first interim or second. I think, though, if you go back in time to our last set of series of crises, the 03-04, you'll find that pattern where the ending balances do drop, not go up, despite projections earlier. It's a matter of cycles and how your funding is available and whether there are major changes that may revise. More often than not, it may revise. It's a positive. It's an improving trend.
Well, but looking at it another way, basically, as far as a reliability factor for the board of the money, of the estimates of money that we have, it appears that in the past we've had more than we thought we did, and in the present we don't. And so to use the rules of the past to look at the present is probably a big mistake.
Yeah, I mean, it's
It could be problematic.
Yeah.
If you're looking at this from some point of view of conservatism, you're basically saying, in the past, we could kind of rely, the district was sending us figures that were padded. Currently, they're not.
Yeah, I mean, part of the thing.
Okay? All right.
Yeah, okay. I'm not sure
There's
how
a
you...
margin of error, but there certainly is a margin of error that is narrowing.
Yeah, I'm not sure how you make that judgment about the current year. I mean, we don't know what our ending balance is going to be.
Well, we'll find that out. But
Yeah.
I mean, then if the issue is that it's still padded, then it's padded on the downside. That's not a good idea either. See?
Yeah. So I think that the question is, if we've sort of thrown at you, if we've done our idea dump and
They don't look overwhelmingly impressed.
well, so I think what we need now as a board is we need to have similar to what we had last year. We need to have spreadsheets with here are line by line by line all of the ideas that have been thrown out in the priority-based budget. Here's all the ideas that the board has thrown out, and here's our best analysis as a staff about what those costs or savings would be. And don't I guess the request would be when you bring that back to us, you really have had to. I know we're working in time crunch here, but you really so don't put something on the spreadsheet. In other words, that you say, but we can't do that. Then don't put it in front of us. Are
we settling our budget for this year? I mean, the coming year today?
No. What I'm saying is that what we need to do, in your point about that we're under a time crunch, we need to come back fairly soon and start to vote on things. Start to go through one by one by one.
When's that?
Do we have 3 votes? Well, that's the question. The question, for the staff is, when can you take these ideas that are being, put out to you and bring them back to us in a form that allows us to make decisions? So I guess that would be a question for you, Mr. Coba.
But there are some things that aren't out there that still need to be on the table for decision.
And put them on the table. That's what we're doing right now.
Okay, what about the proposal that of the pay reductions across the board and the staggering of them? None of those are on this list that I see.
So in this analysis that comes back, just like last year, what we need are a list of items that are negotiable, and we need a list of items that are non-negotiable. So we can then go through and make decisions on things that we have the ability to make decisions on, and then be clear what are those issues that need to be negotiated.
Well, I guess basically we have the ability to make decisions on all of them, whether negotiable or not.
Well, no, I disagree with that. But
that's why you have negotiations, isn't it?
Yeah, negotiations requires agreement from the other side.
No, they don't. There is a process for negotiations that, in this district, at least in my lifetime, has resulted in an impasse twice, maybe 3 times, in which there had to be some decisions made, and those decisions were made by the board. And so to say the board doesn't have any decision-making power is not correct.
We need to identify the areas that are negotiable and identify the areas that are non-negotiable. Come back to us and be able to make decisions on those. So, Mr. Coba, what's your sense of what the staff needs to do in order to bring that back to us?
I think, President Barrow, we probably need a little bit more conversation. Before the end of the day, I was right in line where Trustee Evans was going. We got this range of observations we've heard, lots of good stuff. Now, where do you want us to go off to? I had a few comments I wanted to make, because I've been trying to take notes as you've all been sharing your ideas. But I would think that we'll break here at 11 o'clock. I realize that was your commitment early. But we ought to come back, and you should, I think, ask staff to say, Sid, what do you think of the small school closures for collapsing the original Gates Foundation thing? Or do you want to say more about the GATE program, or about OSILE, or about the SIO? I think you ought to hear some of that.
Great.
And then by the time we got to 5 o'clock, or whatever time we break, we've got a list. And we know we're going to go off. And if you say along the way, this is off the table, finally get it off the table so we can focus on what's important. But let me just share our general observations, and I'm being very sensitive to, we've got to leave here in a little bit of time. But, I just say a couple of things of the obvious, but I think it's important that we plow up some old ground again one more time. But, we are really 4 weeks from 15 March, and that you do want to come back on the 9th of March, your next business meeting in that period, where you can look at your decisions about staffing, your decisions about an interim report. The PBB has provided $38 million in proposals, some interesting, some okay, some not good at all. But what we did do was we preserved the class size, as you noted. We did preserve all the school allocations, whether they be counselors, health techs, librarians, whether or not we agree with the ratios. And I would be the first to say I don't think that 1 to 500 kids is a counseling ratio that I would argue for in any circumstance. But we did that. We did preserve the VAPA and a number of other key things. After we go through all those priorities, it's true that there were about $37 or $38 million worth of things unfunded. But everything we talked about today either directly or indirectly affects kids. I don't care if it's, the 3-person office. And anything we do is going to affect people. And that's why I asked Cheryl to bring this back up there. When I look at it, it is a daunting number. And being honest with all of you, some of you are around the edges this morning where I can get you 50,000 or I can get you 100,000. I have articulated since October, you have a mix of 3 things that I think have to do because the number is so large.
But the bottom line, people don't matter as much as the kids.
I understand that, sir. But we do have to touch staffing levels. We do have to touch programs. We're going to have to get concessions of some kind in terms of personal time, whether it's pay or health benefits. But where have we been? Over the last couple of years, we have organized, realigned, restructured much of the central office. And, we are down to the levels that we thought should have been there a long time ago, but they're the levels that are needed to service the organization. And I come to, an HR department that does hire and recruit and fill positions, a CFO department that does do the budgeting. And look at all the change that's coming. There will be readable budgets out there for principals so that they can understand where their money is and where it has to be. As recently as this weekend, a 4-day weekend, I had HR, finance, and IT in here because we were converting to the first time ever position control program where there's a unique number for every individual in this district. So all that is happening out there, but I do think you're caught up with it. Today's numbers, it's a $25 million deficit, and that's only if you agree to everything that's above the 25. And I know that you have philosophical and fundamental differences with all of that, but we have cut all of the contracts, which are in some ways victimless. They're not dealing with people directly. And another $11 million in contracts comes out this year with the PBB. We have cut almost 500 people out of the central office. And, when you make that comparison to the charter school, good conversation. I agree with you. But, it's the people back at that office that are going to do the standards and accountability assessments. Now, I'm sure in a charter school, maybe one person does that. But we're talking about that popsicle stick example that Mrs. Nakamura had. 200 schools can't do standards and accountability the way we can do it in the central office with a staff that has been cut, I think, by 25% in the last couple of years. So those are the trade-offs you have to make. I'm not sure we could go out to the other public sector entities that are suffering as bad, if not worse than us. We actually made overtures to the San Diego City Police. They are not only cutting their own staff, they're walking away because they don't have enough black and whites out there on patrol to respond to our multitude of alarms after working hours. So, the trade-off is we have our own police officers working a little bit of overtime. So where do we stop with your priority of safe and secure schools? So every time we've tried to evaluate, we try to go back to your priorities, we go back to the Ed Code, and any other parameters that shape where we want to go. I saw some great ideas come from all of you, but as I was going through them, sometimes I ran into a contract, sometimes I ran into Ed Code, sometimes that's something that we've already done and taken it to a different level. So I'm not sure where we can go with some of that in the future. Small schools and closures, I do know early in this cycle, going back to late summer, early fall, back before the real big bad numbers came out, we didn't have a whole lot of appetite for that. Now, fast forwarding, clearly things change. If we want to take a look at some collapsing of small high schools, certainly we can do that. That's certainly akin to closing a small elementary school. I think that's where Mrs. Nakamura was. Last year we calculated you can get about $450,000 net out of an average small elementary, because most of that money comes from a little bit of utilities, a little bit of maintenance, but it's the principal or the custodian or some of the boilerplate that goes with all of this. About 450,000 is a number that we calculated last year for a small to mid-sized elementary school campus. And of course, when you get into the large middle and high schools, different. But I do remember the conversation at the time. It was very, very difficult. It wasn't worth the emotional or other kind of trade-off that comes with it. But I also recognize times have changed. So for all the good ideas, clearly we could walk through them. But I think that maybe when we come back, everything from discussion of what do we do next with small schools to the IMC, we can go around the table, and that's why I've tried to make this a little bit more intimate today, is bring the experts here. What don't you want us to look at, period, and move on? What do you want us to look at and continue the discussion? I think that's where we have to go now.
Okay, well, why don't we break, and we're back at 2 o'clock.
Okay, guys, and now...
Okay, Ms. Nakamura, we're going to call you up and get this thing started again. So we put a lot at you a couple of hours ago, and I think you've got some reaction coming back, so we'll just turn it over to the superintendent and take us through how you want to.
Thank you, President Barrero. What I thought we would do with the time sensitivity, I think, to 5 o'clock in a charter school discussion is walk you through about 4 slides, but with a very timely eye to where we are. Mr. Stover and I and Mr. Reinerson compared all the notes that we took this morning and tried to capture where I think we are. In the first slide up there, and I think that everybody should have a hard copy of 4 pages.
I need to. I gave mine back.
Well, we can share this. If it is wrong.
He'd be doing.
Oh, okay. Well, real-time adjustment here. Okay. Just to, we heard a lot of good ideas this morning, and I want to make sure that we keep a couple of planning factors in mind. We're not going to solve the $87 million problem or any portion of it if we go after the onesie-twosies. And I'm trying to say by that there's a threshold where we want to gather, if we can, a partial solution. So, $500,000 or more where it makes sense. We have a number of one-of-a-kind positions where they are only 1 deep. And we eliminate those positions with some risk. Okay. Example I would give you that demographer, there's Roy and 1 backup, and that's it for a district this size to assess trend flows, profiles. We're on our own without the professional expertise. That's just an example of one. As we move through these, again, keep asking ourselves, is there some legal statutory requirement for why something exists or why we do something here? What are the ties, bonds, links to an agreement, perhaps with a collective bargaining organization? There are prohibitions against outsourcing or supplanting that I think we're all fairly aware of. Also, I'd like to continue to focus on anything that we stop doing or doing less of. We always have an expectation or an option to bring it back, new and improved, or in any which way that the board so desires, but we can always do that. While we focus in the next 4 weeks to March the 15th, or the next 4 months to June the 30th, I can't, James is not with us, but he would want me to remind us all that, we do have next year and the over-the-cliff loss of the stimulus dollars. So there are choices to be made, decisions to be made that have impacts for a period of time beyond the near term. I would not want us to base any decision-making on the fact that there is a legislative action out there somewhere in Sacramento, who knows for how long and to where. Span of control. Whatever we do to make adjustments, how many, go back to your popsicle sticks. Great example. In business case, they sometimes say span of control beyond 8 to 10 direct reports. You run into some difficulty. And again, depends on the kind of function you're supervising, but span of control will become a factor. And then span of control leads into morale issues, which leads into something else. Then I would like us to consider where we have come from in the last couple of years in terms of the reductions. And then finally, whatever we do, we have to be able to gain a near-term return. Can we get a revenue stream, a savings effective now, by 1 July, something quick? Because if we can't, we can debate it, but we won't have that benefit of plugging the hole. So those were some factors that I think they were either said or implied this morning, but I thought I'd summarize them a little bit more. What I wanted to do, shifting gears now, is there were a number of observations made about the PBB process. I wanted to ask Phil and the staff to walk through. We came up with about 14 different areas, and maybe add some information, give you some insight, and field questions in the next section. And then after that, go back into those ideas, those proposals you had. Because if we're going to send the staff off to examine items, they have to be in areas that you feel strong enough that we're going to take action at some point in time. I'm not asking you to make a decision on today, but no kidding, if we do the research now, it'll be with the fact that there's a decision coming in the near term, again with an eye to the 9th of March and so on. So what I'd like to do now is turn it over to Phil.
Don't broadcast that. That's informal. He knows it. I know it.
Yeah, go ahead.
A lot is coming up. Sorry, these 3 people go away?
And the budget goes to the schools.
That's correct.
And my question that I asked you was, how is those funds allocated to the school sites? The Office of Language Acquisition covers a lot of things. And so if you take those 3 people, and I don't have it in front of me right now, how much is that, and how much will the school site actually get? If you're going to take, 40, maybe 80,000, I don't know how much it is, and divide it among 200 schools, it's not a lot of money.
Okay. The Office of Language Acquisition, that is the first one. The PBB process is recommending a reduction of 3 FTEs from that office, leaving a $3.7 million budget for the department itself, and there's $349,000 that will be transferred to the schools. So it's $349,000 total dollars going to the schools. This is language acquisition money. And staff, someone correct me if I'm wrong. The money would be sent out to the schools based on numbers of ELLs in the schools, and that the original intent for the money would be to provide ELSTs at certain schools where there are very high percentages of English language learners.
Okay, now I'm going to have to push back here because I need to get this is what I mean by giving us part of something. We get a title, I don't know if it's 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever the title is, for special language, for second language funding already. Okay? So my question is, number one, where is that money going? All right. Is this the same pot of money? Because I think one of the confusions, I can't speak for the board members, but what confuses me is when I look at this and I think you're defining it by one office. And my question is, how much money do we get for second language students? And out of that, how much is going to schools? Because now you're saying that this is going to be $340,000 that's going to go out to schools allocated based upon their number of second language students. So the question for the board members should be, how is this going to affect the schools versus the services that they get now? Okay, so if these three people go away, if these three people are working with principals, working with the second language, the EL, the ESTs, whatever they call, now to do their staff development, and they're going away in hopes that you can send a school now $30,000 or $40,000, which is not enough for them to hire this person that you're saying they should be hiring. So it's not going to give them, because if this is three people here, you can't take three people and divide it among 20 different schools and they each have a person. That doesn't work. I mean, that's what it sounds like to me. Maybe I'm not hearing it the right way, and I could be wrong.
For 150 schools, the amount is $2,300 a school, and an aid runs around $20,000. So this is barely a fraction of an aid, which is might as well not do it. Okay? That's the problem with these kind of numbers. And I'll leave that be, but you can take anything and divide it up and say you're going to do it to schools, but if the net result is useless dollars that they have to match up against something else, where do you get a $2,300 for a year support for English language learning in the schools? That's not even software.
I mean, the reason that we're asking is because it is true, and I think the board is saying, yes, we want to support the school sites. But if you're not going to give them enough funding, if you're telling us you're going to cut something here, but when it gets to the actual site, it's not enough for them to do anything with, that defeats the purpose.
Yeah, I think you will find in several of the recommendations throughout the PBB process an emphasis on transferring money from central office programs to the sites, based on what the teams perceived as your recommendation to do that, to focus on the sites. I think that for this particular one and for several of the other ones on there, that there was not an expectation that the amount of money would be divided by the number of schools with ELLs, and they would each get X number of dollars of those, but that there would be decisions made by staff that the dollars would go in sufficient increments to schools to provide significant relief to them, whether that was part-time translation.
So how many ELL kids do you have, and we divide that into the 349,000, and we send how much per kid? I don't care how you divide it. If you can't do it, you can't do it. It doesn't matter. 349,000 can't support. I mean, I just off the top of my head said, okay, not 200 schools, 150 schools. What if I said 100 schools and it was $5,000? It's still not enough. $5,000 per school, unless you say combine this with a whole bunch of other stuff that we don't have discretion over. Well, there's nobody in the audience, they can hear me. But the point of it is that, this is very much like Title I concentration grants. You can say our intent is to send the money out to the schools, but not uselessly, not in a non-functional way. If you want to say it's a mega item and they get to use it any way they want, and we're not going to do any support for language acquisition in comparison to other school needs, let's just say so. But let's not go through a charade of saying, okay, we're still doing it. We're sending the money out to the schools, and you can't do a dime with it. I mean, if you gave me this money and gave me the full reign to hire a person for every school that has an ELL in it, let's say more than 1,000 ELLs, which you didn't give me a criteria on. You just basically said send it out to schools, and we're fixing to fix it later. That's no way to talk about a budget.
Can we hold on just one second? Because we've got, I know Ms. Nakamura and Dr. Evans want to get in. We've got to do this in an organized way. And the only thing that I would say is, to the extent that Phil, that you and the staff that we have available to us today can create a picture for us of what the thinking is. So I don't want us as a board to speculate on what the idea is. So if your idea is, what are we going to do with this $340,000? How would we allocate it? If you've got somebody here that can create that picture for us, that then we can respond to that picture, then that's great. If not, then I just think that we say, okay, that's something that we've got to come back to us with so we can discuss it, because I don't think it's useful for us to sit here and speculate on what we think the staff's
it may not be, but
ideas. It's not. And so we're going to go on to Mrs. Nakamura.
If I can, with regard to language acquisition, let's be clear with the audience. This is for ELL students. This wouldn't be for second language acquisition from, French, German. Okay. So what I'm confused about with regard to this particular issue is that these are restricted funds. They're $349,000 according to I-26. Those are restricted funds. So it appears to me to be more a part of a reorganization than actually helping in any way with the budget. I don't understand why we're even discussing this. This would be more under the superintendent's prerogative.
No, I think we brought it up because I think there was some observation earlier, or a different conversation, that we were getting rid of the Office of Language Acquisition. We are not. We are not. And this is supposed to be a focus only on unrestricted general fund dollars, with recognition, as Ms. Jackson was pointing out, Title II is where English language funding comes from the federal government. So this was simply, I think, put here to say we're not getting rid of Office of Language Acquisition. We're making a reorg happen, and whatever little funding we had would be properly allocated to ELL needs as determined by OLA.
So this really doesn't have anything even debating this. It's just wasting time.
No. I wanted to walk through this list quickly so that we could get at the validation. And the validation point here was we still have an
quickly,
Office of
Mr.
Language
Koba,
Acquisition.
this is the five of us. Okay.
There is no elimination of the Office of Language Acquisition.
Point of order, though. When you bring forward items during the budget discussion, and we end up going through them, I don't want to be caught in the idea that that's okay. Staff takes their time to make a recommendation. I'm assuming they can back up their recommendation with a theory. Okay? If they can't, then unless you support that with the previous statement, like if you say we got $349,000, we're not that you're going to send to the schools, but tell me, why and how it's going to be used, then I could understand it. I don't need to. What I don't want is to have myself faced with a vote that presumes that you'll do this, and then have it backlash on me with people saying, how in the heck can I use $2,000? Okay? So, what I ask, I know it's work. I'm sorry it's work. But the point of it is, if I have to vote on something, then I have to support the intellectual value of the recommendation, not the dollars, but the intellectual value of what it does to kids. And if I have to raise a little hell over that, I will. And I don't, it's too bad. I'm not the one that's bringing the numbers up. I'm not the one that's bringing up the recommendation. So I would expect somebody who's bringing up a recommendation to support the theory of what they're going to do with it. And if not, don't bring it up.
Okay, we've got Mrs. Nakamura and Dr. Evans.
Thank you. Yes.
No, the only point I want to make, I think we should go through all this list. I think that the board can bring up questions. If there's a quick answer from the staff that satisfies the board, fine. And if not, then just a note needs to be made that we need more information on that particular item. I'm just going back to Mr. Koba's comments about trying to look at things that are at least $500,000 and up in terms of looking for $86 million, and we can get into a lot of theoretical discussions. So I think question, quick answer. If there's not a quick answer, we need more information before we're ready to kind of approve that kind of a cut. That's all I'm saying.
I'm going to say that this is very, very critical. The reason that we're here today, we're willing to come on Saturday, is because this is a lot of information. We need to be very clear about what these impacts are. And certainly not trying to nitpick, micromanage, but if someone is going to move money around, we are not in the era where people could move money around and it was okay. Those days are gone. If people are moving money around now, we better know where it's going to and how it's going to be used. And so I can't, I know you guys are coming on the board, but I'm telling you, people will say we're going to put this money here, and then 5 months from now, somebody will say we want to bring in a program, and we'll say, well, where's the money coming from? We balanced the budget down to a T, like we did last year. We did the same thing last year. And then all of a sudden, we got programs, and we're $16 million in the hole. Why? Because the board, you approved it, so I'm not going to sit up here today and go through this very quickly. Okay, if that is the intent, then I'm going to tell you right now that is not my intent. I'm here today because I want to make sure that I understand each and everything that I'm about to cut. I don't mind cutting things. I don't mind doing what we need to do. But by golly, I will know why we're doing it. And when someone asks me, I will be able to explain it. I won't say, go talk to Mr. Koba. I won't say, go talk to Richard. I will be able to say, we're taking this money from here and we're putting it here because it's the best interest of the district. And when it gets to you, because we're sending this money to the schools. So when it gets to you, because the school's going to ask me, will I get any of this money? I have so many ELL students. How much will I get?
Ms. Jackson, could we get on with this instead of 5 minutes of listening to why you want this? Can we get to the specific information?
Well,
because I've got a long
list. I do too, but I want to make it clear as to why I feel that we're here today.
Okay,
I think what would help, just to clarify this first item and maybe some other items, is all the money that is being transferred to the school, because you got several of them in this whole packet.
That's correct.
Be ID'd. And then what is the state and federal laws for spending those monies? Okay, and that was my point for this particular item, because if a principal spends the money incorrectly and is penalized, they need to know, and that's one of the concerns that they have, is they get funding and they're not quite sure how to spend it. And we need to be clear up front that the monies that are coming to you just can't be spent any kind of way. All of them have restrictions, and what those restrictions are, whether it's $2,000, $5,000, but every one of those items, like 6 or 7 different pots of money, what is the total and how those monies are ID'd and spent and can be spent at the school site.
Okay, so if you can give us the answers that we're looking for now, great. And if you can't, just say we got to get back to you and get you more information, and we'll move on to the next one. I think that's
okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let me with that one, we'll just summarize very quickly. We are not eliminating the Office of Language Acquisition. Of the $4 million in the department, $3.7 million of it stays. The recommendation was $349,000 would go to schools with high ELLs to higher ELSTs, probably four ELSTs.
How many?
4. All right, VAPA. The discussions with the leaders of the VAPA program with the teams resulted in a recommendation for a reduction in the VAPA program of 1 itinerant teacher or 1 resource person of the approximately 31 total itinerant teachers and resource people in the department. So that would be a reduction of 1 out of 30 to 32. And the program itself would remain intact, and then would be part of the reorganization that would be placed under the new and improved Office of Instructional Support under an executive director. So the director of VAPA would report to the executive director very much in a very, very similar way as it is now. It would be clustered or grouped with other specialized curricular programs.
Any questions about VAPA from board members?
Sure. So VAPA is centrally funded as a source of support for schools. And so what you're saying is you're going to save, let's see if I get this right. $86,000. That is central office support and what does that person do? You say itinerant teacher of residence. So let's say it's a visiting teacher teaching music. That's for kids.
There are itinerant teachers that teach about 28. There are 3 resource personnel in addition to that aren't necessarily in the classroom all the time. They're providing resources.
They arrange their instruments. They do stuff like that.
Yes.
Okay.
The recommendation was that one of those, one of the 30, 28 and 3, 31, one of the 31 be reduced, which would require a very minor, a realignment of how many schools each person goes to. And the teams met with the director of the program at that time to make that recommendation.
And the director stays under somebody else.
Yes, the director. That would be VAPA would be combined together with other curricular special programs to an executive director of instructional support reporting to the deputy superintendent. Very similar to how it is now.
And I think similar to OLA, the point here was last week we had at least half a dozen folks talk about how we were cutting VAPA or the office was going away. And I just wanted to validate, no. One individual, and we are just doing some realigning. And today, this office is tucked away inside Instructional Support Services that reports up to the Deputy Superintendent. Well, it'll still be in that general organization in an updated structure. But again, the point was we did not cut the VAPA program and all that good it does with its itinerant teachers. Just moving through and validating what we'd heard. That's how I was trying to do here.
Is there any other money tucked away associated with VAPA that is also being reduced, or is this the sole?
That's it.
This is it?
That's it.
Because I'll come get you if I find any others.
You can come get me.
Okay, all right.
Okay, any other questions or comments on VAPA?
I think the question maybe was kind of the itinerant teachers out there supporting the visiting schools, and I don't have the VAPA chart here. I can't find it to put it on my hands under me right now. But the question is that none of the administrative, I think you only have maybe one administrative person is being affected, but the people that are being affected are the ones that are actually going out to schools. We said that we want music and we value music in the schools, but we're cutting the actual person that's actually going out to the schools, not the administrative support. Is that true or not true?
The director would have the option of choosing one of the itinerant teachers or one of the resource person. Yes.
Yeah. So so it's like everybody's going but the director if we follow this logic.
Exactly.
I said if we follow this logic each year, because next year we got an $120 million shortfall, so then the logic of that, well, let's just chip away one at a time at all those people, and the last person left is the director of VAPA, and all the people that support the schools are gone. So then we didn't cut VAPA. Well, what do? You know what? It's okay, but I have lots of people that are worth $86,000 that work up here that I'd rather cut. Okay, I'm just speaking for John.
Well, this was, I would keep in mind, this was a collaborative effort with the director of the program and the teams. So it was not something being done.
They're forced into collaboration. Everybody says, oh, you got to give up your share. But your share, you give up your share, which means you give up the people that work for you.
Well, and I have to say that VAPA has taken a significant number of cuts throughout the years. I actually support maintaining the executive director because they have the ability to attract funds, to attract grants, and you need that central operating pivotal person in order to help coordinate all of this. And we also do need the resource teachers for, taking care of the instruments and, repairing those, which actually occurs, as you can imagine, teenagers and elementary school students with musical instruments.
We're already getting a free ride. We've got
So-
enough volunteers helping them anyway.
I think it's, if I've got a third vote for not cutting the VAPA program, I'm there. So, but
All right, well, there we go with $86,000, big deal. How many millions are we off?
well, I know.
All right. Any
I've
other
got
comments
three
on-
things that I'm
Okay.
shooting for. and
Any
that's
other
it.
comments on VAPA? Okay, let's move on.
All right, the IMC program, we basically have two recommendations. The first recommendation, which was the original one made, was to shut down the media center portion of the program to sustain the work needed to meet with the Williams requirements. The back end, so to speak, where all the textbooks are, so that the textbooks can be distributed to the schools. The science kit area and the folks that do the science kits report to Drew. That would have resulted in approximately a $1.9 million in savings if we, in a sense, shut IMC down for a period of several years during the crisis. We then subsequently met with the director and supervisor in IMC and spent a number of hours reviewing how to keep IMC open. And we came up with a plan, a secondary plan that you have here that would maintain $1.5 million of the $1.9 million in savings. We would not be eliminating. The first plan had 7 full-time people positions eliminated. The second plan, which I guess I will say to you, I'm recommending that you adopt, if you adopt either of them, is a maintenance of all the staff, keeping the facility open, not cutting the services, but cutting the non-staff dollars, those that we would identify in contracts and in other categories that would enable you to keep about 76% of the original savings, but not result in a loss of the facility, not result in the loss of the staff. And we worked that out with Barbara Behrens and Chris Wohler, I believe. And I won't speak for them, but we think that that's a good recommendation that maintains 76% of the savings, maintains all the employees, the services, and we're basically eliminating those non-staff expenditures that you have over the last few years encouraged us to do.
Comments or questions on that?
Yeah.
Just one.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
The $1.5 million in non-personnel savings, can you just give me an idea of what that is? What we're not doing or not buying or something?
At least some of it's related to not having a textbook adoption next year. And so you're therefore not having the review process. Some of the time spent with distributing the textbooks, because there'll be fewer of them. There still will be. That would cut into that.
But if that were the case, wouldn't that mean you'd need less personnel if you're not doing the textbooks?
An awful lot of the dollars in that program are hourly dollars to pay staff to come in to review textbooks.
Okay, so it's extra.
So it's the vast majority of that is a reduction in hourly expenditures. Your IMC is one of the heaviest users of hourly expenditures in the district, and most of it relates to the adoption process.
Oh, that helps me understand. So that's sort of personnel as people, but it's not
And there's
staff.
still
It's extra time primarily.
And there still are textbooks that will be distributed. You just won't have an adoption, but there are consumables, particularly in the elementary grades. There's 1,000 in consumables that still will be distributed
Science
each and every
labs.
year.
Okay.
Yeah. Workbooks, those kinds of things. There was some cleanup within the budget. Some of it was transitioning from the old system to the Follett Destiny system. There was funding for both systems, licensing and those kinds of things, and we captured that. Anything else? Those types of things that got us to the dollar amount.
That helps to understand about the hourly.
Okay, yes, there was a $409,000 difference between the number that you gave me in November and this number now.
I can't answer that.
Yeah, during the break, you're referring to the brace budget and the budget now.
It's not the brace. I'm not looking at the brace items. I'm looking at the number that you said. This is the budget for IMC on November 17th, and the number that you said, this is the budget for the IMC now prior to cuts. And that number should be the same. When I see a number and it's not the same, it gives me great concern. So that was okay.
It's not the same because they gave up as a result. Remember the brace voluntary savings that were reduced out of the budgets of the departments. They reduced their budget significantly, and if you give me a few minutes, I can dig through here to find the exact amount. So that budget was swept. Those dollars were swept between November and the time that we did the budget here, because they were given up as part of that process. So the way you manage your budgets, when something like that occurs, there's an actual change in the budget, and the budget is reduced accordingly.
Okay.
And it was hundreds of thousands of dollars.
So please help me. Initially, when we did the first item, which was, I think, utilities, and there was an $80,000 change in the brace report, and then there was a $40,000 change in this report. You said don't worry about the brace report because we've done something different now. Okay,
right.
I think that's what you said. You said
correct.
don't worry about the brace report. Okay.
Right.
So if I'm not worried about the brace report, then that means that the amount that was budgeted is still there.
No,
so because my question at the time was, is this department losing $120,000 or is it losing just $40,000? And what you said to me is that no, they're losing $40,000. All right. Mm-hmm. And I'm not trying to, certainly, please don't anyone, and I applaud all the hard work and hours that go into this. I'm just trying to understand where all the money is. If there's a change in the numbers, then I really want to understand it.
Sure.
And when I asked this question the first time, I was very clear. And I said, did the $80,000 come out? This is an additional $40 for a total of $120 from that one department. Right. And I was told no. Because now what I think I hear you say is that the IMC gave up $307,000 in the brace report, and now we're looking at an additional amount now.
That is correct. And we're looking at two different processes that happened in brace, and that's why it is confusing. During the brace process, departments voluntarily gave up positions, contract dollars, other expenditures, travel, hourly expenses. Those that were voluntarily reduced,
exactly.
Budget and Finance took those, swept those dollars out, and lowered the budget. So that was a voluntary reduction. You'll see that up on a lot of James's charts that he had, that there's a brace number in there. Those are the voluntary reductions. When a director said to us, I have this vacancy, I don't need it, I don't need to fill it, I have a contract to provide service on a particular thing, I don't even do it anymore, we're going to eliminate that. That was swept out of the budget, resulting in a reduction of the budget. Now, that's the first part of brace. The second part of brace was us coming to you with recommendations for cutting, eliminating, reducing in a given department. Those were on the list of brace reductions that you got back in November, that were the brace teams, for lack of a better term, best recommendation to you for what could be cut but was not voluntary. Those were never acted on. Those were never reduced. Those were never taken out of the budget. so that if we said in the Brace report you should eliminate $80,000 out of utilities management, that would have been an entire FTE that we were saying you can reduce. They didn't voluntarily give that up. So the reason I said before it never happened, because you never acted on it. So that position never went away. Now, the PBB process maybe looked at utilities management and said, no, we don't want you to cut that. We want you to cut over here, cut this, and it resulted in a whole different number. So keep in mind, the Brace and IMC gave up hundreds of thousands of dollars in voluntary reductions. Therefore, the administration decided to take them at their word, and we swept that out of the budget, which lowers the budget. Now we're saying, so their budget has been lowered, correct, by $307,000 that they said they didn't need. Now we're coming behind that and saying we believe that there's another $1.5 million of non-staff, non-FTE dollars that can be reduced from that budget overall, the total budget that they have, and so it is an aggregate amount in 1 year of $1.8 million. Yes.
Okay, we've got Mrs. Nakamura and then Mr. DeBeck.
So let me get this straight.
Okay.
We're going to not harm kids, but we're going to take their books away. We're not going to renew textbooks.
We're not going to adopt textbooks for the 1 or 2 years of this crisis.
Which means you don't renew textbooks. So the kids are going to be, I'm really sorry, I left my shabby, tired little economics textbook upstairs because I usually have it like right here in front of me. So we're not going to adopt any new textbooks. Ms. Myers and Mr. Salazar, since you seem to be the only two teachers up here, and excuse me, I guess, George. What does it mean, textbook review? Millions of dollars money we're paying teachers. Why can't we just adopt textbooks from the state? How come we have to go through this elaborate process and choreography of paying teachers millions of dollars? Why can't we just adopt the textbooks straight out?
To me, it makes sense to share the different textbooks with the teachers who will be responsible for using them in the classroom. So it's a process that was board adopted where we go through and they review 10 or 15 textbooks, narrow them down, and then make recommendations. Could it be streamlined? Very likely.
I mean, because that makes, taken instead of, I don't see where it makes any sense. Either we let them review 10 or 12 textbooks or we don't give them anything at all. I don't see the sense in that, and it very quickly deteriorates. This is, a core platform for our, academic delivery. I don't see the sense in it. So, can you tell me if we only purchased the textbooks, did the consumables, and the library books, what that would come to, and these lead teachers that we're going to be having, and we're going to be having lead teachers in literacy, mathematics, social studies, and science, right? So why can't they just pick out the textbooks? They could just, aren't they qualified to just pick out the textbooks themselves instead of, paying all these people extra money?
There would be fewer people, stakeholders, participating in the vetting process.
Couldn't we skip that this year for a couple of years, and then instead of just not giving them anything? Because I got to tell you, I've got an AP biology teacher in La Jolla who's really distressed over the fact that they don't have a textbook this year, and our economics textbook that we've got in our classrooms right now doesn't have the euro in it. It's so out of date. So we're talking about textbooks that are way out of date. What would it cost to just buy the textbooks, do the consumables, and the library books? What's that number look like instead of all the pork that we're handing out as far as paying people to look at textbooks that somebody else has already looked at? IMC services to school. I also have a question. The IMC media instruction The proposed budget is almost $4 million, with a savings of $52,000. What kind of media are we talking about? What is that specifically that is $4 million? Anybody?
The IMC has videos, statues, materials, textbooks, supplementary textbooks.
So this is all that stuff that's at the IMC?
Correct.
$4 million worth every year we're paying to support that? This is this is on I-58, instructional media. Cost center is 5461. Mr. Koba, maybe you could ask.
No, I think yes. IMC has been a operation that has come up before for consideration for either closure or realignment because it is a standalone operation of a couple $1 million.
Well, I'm talking about this specific. There are 4 pages here related to the IMC. There's the instructional media support, which you've heard my opinion on textbooks, and let's just pick the books out and deliver them to the teachers for a couple of years. I think they could live with that. And then the IMC to schools, there's no budget savings, and it's $235,000 and unrestricted. I don't see that, unless that, I'm willing to pick up $235,000 off the table if that's, fine. And then there is the media, and I'm asking specifically at the media, are these videos and stuff that we're buying for years on end? $4 million worth? What is this $4 million?
It says...
I was going to say it also includes online contracts for library materials that are supported centrally that go out to all of the campuses, software licenses.
Right.
So like a contract that we might have with... with what?
ProQuest is probably the largest used online media service we provide to the schools that's covered by the IMC.
Okay, so we're going to let them keep this, but we're going to take away their textbooks.
I believe what you're seeing there is actually the one-time cost for the Follett system.
Exactly.
Excuse me, I didn't hear you because Ms. Jackson was talking. It's the one-time cost for what?
For the Follett Destiny system, the software they bought this year. And
$4 million?
I believe so, yes.
It's 3.4.
$3 million of that.
3.9?
4.
3.4. Well, we've got Follett is up here in the front. That's on page 56. Support of the Follett Destiny system.
If you don't mind me sharing, what it says here is that allocation includes a one-time funding for 3.4 state school facility supported purchase of the new system.
What page are you looking at?
I'm looking at my Brace report. I use it because of the bottom line where it has information as to what each department is for. I'm using it, staff. Don't get nervous. And it says the annual cost and licensing for the maintenance of this is $357,000 that needs to be budgeted. So
this is $3.9 million of unrestricted funds in the IMC instructional media, and I'm wondering what it is that is going to. It says PB savings are $52,000. This is page I-58, and the binder you gave us just last week,
right.
And it's $3.9 million. So, I just think that we could eliminate the IMC for a couple of years. But I'm not in favor of eliminating the adoption of textbooks and just get rid of the whole. We're gonna pay you. We've got qualified people on staff that can already review textbooks, make sure that the kids have got the up-to-date textbooks in their hands, and then I still want to know what this $3.9 million worth of that is, and then the central cataloging. I don't know what the purpose of that is, but my interest is the kids should have textbooks, consumables, library books, and I suppose if there's some sort of access to online materials, that I want to know what that is, because that's also may go to textbook adoption. But what are we here for, folks? It's to educate the kids and to make sure that they've got the best education that they can possibly have, so that when they're sitting in these chairs, they can figure things out better than we do. If we handicap them without giving them the best information possible, they're not going to be in that position. So I'm not in favor of. I think there's a lot of sentimental value to the IMC, and I mean I love the little die cuts and the dioramas, and I've been out there, but I don't see it as really supporting our fundamental core mission, and I think it's time for it to go. So there's my opinion.
And no offense, please, suggested, but if we could put ourselves on the clock for a couple of minutes.
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah,
that's
so
fine.
we had
I apologize.
Mr. DeBeck and then Ms. Jackson.
Okay. I'm trying to figure out something that I heard. We had an adopted 29-10 budget. And then we had brace. And we had people voluntary giving up 9-10 money or 10-11 money.
It was 10-11. It was for 10-11, and then it was decided to take it for 9-10 as well to help reduce the deficit.
Okay, but that's okay. I mean, I can understand that, except that we never adopted that budget. See, you could have an administrative budget, which is, and I'm looking at the 9-10 budget, and according to this, it got a $676 million some dollars. Now, then, you said there was some voluntary money given up. So, what's the actual? Well, see, since it never came in as an item to approve, other than voluntarily, what you've done is administratively decided that the expenditures for 9-10 will be reduced, and that is an unknown because it's not shown in this document, because this document shows the value of the adopted budget that we had in the first place. So then we can't say, if we look at the second column, that there's a difference of $3 million, because it may be that you already cut $3 million with the voluntary cuts. So what the board needs to do is understand how many different budgets we got. We have an officially adopted budget for 9-10, which is published and in the budget book. We have a second that you alluded to, which is a voluntary reduction, which the board has never adopted, which therefore isn't a figure that we can actually look at and say the budget cuts you're talking about, in addition to, I'll call it the voluntary budget, which I'm not sure what that means in a public arena. The voluntary budget should be the baseline budget now, if that's the official budget, but it isn't. So I get confused when I've got two budgets for 1 year, a second proposed budget for the next year, which includes voluntary cuts that have never been approved by the board, that are okay with me, but nevertheless, why don't we go through an official adoption of the budget whenever we get these voluntary things to ratify the fact that we believe it? We didn't. So the process for me is, what budget's official? The official budget is the one before the voluntary reductions. Well, that's a mistake, because you're telling me that's not the real budget.
Do you want to respond to this question, and then Ms. Jackson?
If I can try to clarify, when we did the brace briefs last fall, there was a little over $2 million in voluntary offerings, whether it was some contract dollars that need to be executed, vacancy savings, or some action. At that point in time, and that is all off the official adopted budget of 30 June. So that was, I think, fairly straightforward, didn't lay any personnel off, didn't stop doing any operations. We moved that $2 million and miscellaneous decimal point to the bottom line of this year's 9-10 operation. It's similar to vacancy savings or hiring freezes. We had all that money earmarked or budgeted on 30 June. We're not going to spend it. We earmarked and moved it to the ending balance. That's why when we look at that $86 million number and we say, here's our ending balance, that's because we have stopped hiring, we've stopped spending, and we had these voluntary brace savings. But we're still operating off the 30 June as the official budget. It's just that we're trying to grow the ending balance so they can carry over to next year and help to cover some of the deficit.
Right. Okay.
So, but that doesn't show on the sheet. In other words, the sheet shows a $39 million ending balance. Are you saying the brace savings makes it 41?
I'm saying the brace savings that the Budget and Finance took.
The voluntary ones.
The voluntary was $10 million altogether, restricted and unrestricted. The unrestricted portion was $3.2 million.
So the ending
Of
balance should really be $10 million higher as $49 million?
The finance department took $2.1 million of the $3.2 million and swept it out of the accounts, thereby reducing an adjusted budget, which they do every time. If someone leaves, they adjust the budget down to that amount for a department. So the amount you have, I don't know what sheet you're looking at, but if you're looking at the sheet from James,
February 16, multi-year projection.
that does include the sweeping of the $2.1 million, yes.
And so the ending balance is that, but the budget's wrong.
It is. I mean,
it's not adopted, it's wrong.
If you look at the line, I believe there's a line there on expenses.
Yeah.
That's where the 2.1 was reduced.
Okay, so
in the expense
then
line.
it's 274?
I don't have that document.
Well, the numbers add up and they come out with a balance. But the ending balance is wrong if you say that one number in there is lower than it should be, then the expenditure item is lower. But this was our original adopted budget as far as I remember. So maybe we need to have an updated budget that we approved that we're working from for the 2910. When we're talking about reductions, we should know whether reductions are from a fictitious budget that had some modifications to it or a real budget that resulted in some voluntary savings from departments.
Yeah, both the expenditure lines under 910 and 1011 of 673 and 653 would have had the 2.1 reduced from it. If you had not reduced the 2.1, it would have been 675 and 656.
Then why did the numbers add up to 39 and 44 million ending balance?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, let me put it this way. The expenditure numbers are high by $2 million.
They've been reduced by the voluntary reduction, just
they're
as they
high
were reduced.
by $2 million. If they've been reduced voluntarily by $2 million, then they're high by $2 million. Isn't that correct? For expenditures?
Anytime during the course of a year, if an employee left the district, that would have been reduced from the expenditures for the district for that period of time.
But I'm saying the voluntary savings. Where are they in this document? And you're saying it's not in there. So therefore, if it's not in there, then our ending balances are wrong. If it is in there, then it should show as some kind of subtraction from expenditures, or else expenditures are too high because the expenditures are the ones that were in the originally adopted budget.
I understand what Mr. DeBeck is saying, and let me go ahead and start my 2 minutes, and then for you to think about that. But then I think the board does need an answer to that question because it is hanging out there. Earlier I mentioned about having so many different budgets. I disagree. I think the IMC is an important part of the district, but you have 4 different cost centers for the IMC, which totals about $12.6 million altogether. The question that I think what should be given to the board is what is critical for the IMC. When I say that the textbook adoption, the question is which textbooks are being adopted this year. There are some textbooks that we can, maybe get through another cycle because the cycle is 7 years. As far as the people's input, I think that is critical. That's how I met Mr. DeBeck. He came to my class when I was a teacher because I disagreed with the panel that I was reviewing textbooks with, and he wanted to know why. And I just felt that it wasn't the best textbooks for the students that I was teaching, and I think that is important. The state picks a lot of different companies, and each school district is able to pick the best one that fits them. But we need the people's input in the local district to pick the best book. So I think out of that $12.6 million, you need to tell us what is critical and combine all of these together rather than having them all separate. Because I think if you combine them together, then you can get everything that we need to have done over there, and reduce it, without, reducing a little bit here and a little bit there.
Just to respond to that, we're recommending that I couldn't agree more that 5458 become the cost center for IMC, and that all the other expenses be collapsed into there because it makes it very difficult And I would just add as a freebie, I think it needs to be done in a number of places across the district.
Please.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I understand what Ms. Nakamura is saying about the textbook adoption. I'm not sure exactly how much money we are saving by not adopting textbooks. I'm assuming there's some general fund money that's going into this review process we talked about.
Yeah.
And then there's the restricted money that's going towards the textbooks, although we have some flexibility on that.
I can tell you that on the savings are $1.4 million unrestricted in the other category, which is
But that's 5458. Which cost center?
It's in 5458.
Okay. And then there's 5460 and 5461 and 5466. Those are all the IMCs.
Yeah, those are all, and all of the savings that you show in those categories right now were from the original recommendation where FTEs would be reduced, and we're recommending now that we keep those folks and keep approximately 1.5 of the 1.9 million in savings.
But not let the kids have new textbooks.
Dr. Evans.
Okay, I've used 20 seconds of my 2 minutes.
Yeah.
You did.
I'm confused about the whole IMC thing because there was originally cutting the 7 FTE, and that was done away with. I'm not sure exactly why. And I certainly do have some of the concerns about the $4 million for some of the materials being bought for this year that we might be able to wait a year or two on. So I guess my only point is I just need to understand that better, and I think we need to look really closely at that budget on all those 4 cost centers to see what's the maximum amount of savings we can get out of it. And just in terms of the textbook review issue, I know Ms. Nakamura is saying it's better to have a textbook chosen by someone than not to have one at all when they're so outdated. At the same time, I've seen many cases in the district of teachers being given textbooks that they put on the shelf and did not use. So that's a really touchy subject.
Could I propose that I think this is an area where you all feel there's reform that could take place. Why don't we take this one back and say this is an area that we find there's savings, but you need clarification across the 4 cost centers, the issue of textbook adoption, where personnel have to review books, what's left as support. I mean, what happened was last week we had a proposal for 7 FTE. There was further discussion with the staff and amongst portions of the committee. They came back around, eliminated some FTE, but kept the non-FTE piece. But I do think, I sense, this is an area the board would like to know more, and there is a possibility that we could find some savings here.
Thank you.
Yeah, just because I wanted to get in a second, and then Mr. DeBeckens. I agree with that, Mr. Koba, but I also think that this is... I think this process of having had the priority-based budget recommendation come out and then sit down with some of the key people that are involved in, the IMC in this case, I think is important to do, in many of these recommendation areas, that the people who are running the programs or experiencing the programs directly, who might not have had a lot of input into the original, priority-based budget process, should be consulted. And it appears to me that what's happened is we've got an improved recommendation that's come out of that conversation with the department heads. We need to understand it more. I agree, but I like the process of going in now, checking in with folks, and not checking in with folks about. I think we're going to get to this in a lot of cases about. People sort of advocating to save something that they don't want to get cut because it's themselves who are getting cut. But people were saying, well, okay, I see what you're trying to do in the priority-based budgeting process, but here might be some ideas about how to do that better. I think it's a good process. So, Mr. DeBeck, and then...
Okay. From memory, I don't believe in the contract that there's certificated hourly is required for textbook adoption. And having done textbook adoptions most of my 36 years in the district, I think every teacher that I knew during those times that had an interest in the textbook adoption tried to show up to do the work. because they had an interest, a self-interest in the adoption, and they wanted to know or play a part in the choice of the textbooks that they were going to use for the next 7 years. Yet, if you look at the budget, you're going to find that this particular IMC budget for textbook adoption includes an automatic amount for pro rata pay for teachers. And it's not contractual, it's just that if you force somebody to do something, you got to pay them pro rata. That's in the contract. I agree that. But the question is, if you're professional and you care about what you're teaching from, you care about the content, then you as a teacher would show up for the textbook adoption time, and the budget is superfluous. So when we make presumptions around things like budgets for IMC, around, well, we've been doing this for the last few years, one of the things we should examine is the construct of what we're doing. Why is it that teachers want to have textbooks that are new and fresh and have an interest in their adoption, and then why is it that we have to budget for things that they would do professionally because they want to? Well, maybe we're at a point where we have to push that envelope a bit instead of saying it's all or take nothing. It's the IMC is a big old package of stuff. Maybe we ought to look at the pieces of it that have to do with certificated hourly pay. No, they're not going to be happy with me. I'm not here to make them happy. I'm here to balance a budget. So then I happen to know that there's a lot of certificated hourly pay in that IMC budget. By the way, it's just an aside. I mentioned it to Sheila, but where do we put the teachers we don't want in the classroom if we close the IMC?
Just when you come back, share with the board members which textbook adoption cycle we're in, because we know it goes year to year. When you have math one year, language arts, social studies, because it's not just a matter of suspending adoption for a couple of years. It's a matter of what is in cycle, and can we, we don't want to miss a cycle of something that's very critical like math or social studies, only to find out that the next cycle is not for another almost 7 or 8 years, and our books then will surely be outdated. But I think the board members, I know because of my classroom, but I think board members would need to know exactly what this means, as far as the textbook adoption, and that we do actually receive state funding for it that can only be spent on textbooks, and how much money that usually is, but I think that is critical for the board members to know as well, and you can put in your information, because I think that once you start doing that, you can really start putting together an IMC that works for everyone. And I'd like to see the IMC. I support the IMC. Maybe it's a teacher part of me, but certainly we do need to go. We need a place where we can go and get additional information when we need it, and support that we can afford on a one-on-one basis for our classroom, medias and dioramas and things of that nature.
I do.
Yeah, I support the IMC as a teacher too. I want textbooks. I really, actually, every day working in the classroom needed textbooks. But there is a huge collection of library books at the IMC, and there are libraries standing empty all over our district. You go to Angier Elementary School and take a look at their library. And if there's anybody living in the neighborhood of Angier and you've got children's books in your homes, please take them over to Angier. And I know that is not the only school that is in that condition in our district. Within my district, I think that many of the libraries are actually pretty full. The shelves are stocked. But there are a lot of books in the IMC that teachers I know as a group check out, but they could be going into libraries in our schools and actually be used. That would really, that's something I think you should also look at, is the distribution of those libraries. But I'm in favor of closing the IMC and running the textbook adoptions, letting professionals pick them. I told Dr. Evans that those textbooks he's talking about that got pushed up on the shelf by teachers were selected using the process of all this community outreach, so apparently it didn't do any good anyway. Sometimes teachers just have their own idea of how they want things run, and it's always going to be somewhat hit and miss. But they need textbooks, and they need up-to-date textbooks, whether they choose to supplement them or do something different. The textbooks, absolutely. I think it's an abrogation of our duty and our obligation when we say, well, it's okay, we're going to keep the dioramas, and we're going to keep the die cuts and the little paper cut things that are really cool and cute. But we're not going to adopt an AP biology textbook or an economics book or those really serious tomes that our students need in today's world. Thank you.
Maybe they'll just send the money out to the schools and let them pick their books.
There's an idea.
I have, through the miracle of email, I have a response from Chris Wohler out at the IMC about some of the specifics here. He says that with that $1.5 million reduction, we will still be able to adopt Math K-5, Spanish 3-4, and French 3-4 because they're already reviewed and there is enough funding in the restricted lottery budget.
But what aren't we adopting?
Pardon?
What aren't we adopting is the question.
Chris, are you listening? Oh.
Yeah, Chris, what are we not adopting?
The $3 million cost is for the one-time funding for the Follett Destiny software program, and there's $358,000 in there that will need to be continued for annual maintenance for that software.
What is this Destiny Follett, and why do we need it, and can we get by without it for a couple of years? I'd rather get by without that than I would get by without textbooks, I think. Okay. But am I wrong?
That's a Daryl question.
Daryl,
so first off,
in your territory?
We've already bought the Follett system. They've already deployed it.
We're going to have to take your debit card away.
It wasn't my debit card. This is something they needed to replace their old library checkout system because it end of lifed. It was
and it's a 2-for-1.
Yeah,
we adopted this last year. We had a library system that was dying. We had a library system that was dying, and there was a proposal at one time to buy a library management system and a textbook management system. And we said, no way. We just can't afford to have two. Did a best-of-breed look and found one. And it's a system that can do both textbooks and library books. And so it's a sunk cost. It was approved and purchased, and it's a part of the larger IT improvement.
But the ongoing cost here into next year is the $350,000 to maintain that software to its current version and get support. And that support is also directly related to the ability for a media center person or a library tech to pick up the phone and call if they have a problem directly to Follett.
So that $3.4 million has already been reduced from the budget because for next year it's not an ongoing.
It's not ongoing, so that must be what they're showing is the reduction.
It's a restricted reduction in this that doesn't show up there because this is only unrestricted.
Okay.
Okay, are we ready to move on to GATE? Because I know there's going to be a lot of discussion here.
Yes.
Okay, GATE. We'll go to an easy one. The GATE program reduction and consolidation that's being recommended is not an elimination of the GATE program. It's not elimination of the testing functions or the certifications of the teachers. What the teams are recommending is that the GATE program be consolidated under the same kind of structure as VAPA, where it would report to an executive director of instructional support services. They are recommending a reduction of 4 FTEs from the central office oversight of the GATE program. That is 2 administrative personnel, 1 certificated personnel, and 1 manager, leaving basically a resource teacher and a clerical person as a central office component of the GATE administration. It leaves the funds intact for the testing program, and it moves, again, because you gave us direction to consolidate, to move like tasks under like departments. We are recommending the movement with the dollars associated, so it's not a savings, of the 5 GATE school psychologists under the very, very large pool of school psychologists that exist in special ed. Now, the money that pays for those folks' salaries would move with them. That means they would continue doing the gate services that they're providing right now. They would not be expected, nor it's my understanding would they be allowed, Joe would be the expert here, to perform special ed services when their funding is not coming from special ed, nor could special ed people do gate, except unless in chance there was someone had dual, had a gate certification and a special ed as well. But they would be moving there under the direction of the lead school psychologist, and would be incorporated with the other 124 school psychologists, as we're trying to look at consolidating translators and nurses and counselors, and this would be that kind of a consolidation. It does not result in any cost savings. The movement of the school psychologist does not result in cost savings. It simply gets them under the direction of other school psychologists. The savings come from the reduction of 4 central office FTEs providing that central office direction and resource and support to the GATE program. The dollars for testing, for certification for teachers, all of the ongoing work of the GATE program would continue. The program itself would be consolidated with the other specific departments like VAPA under the Executive Director of Instructional Services. So that would continue. So the reduction is 4 FTEs. Approximately, it's a total of about $500,000 in savings, of which $396,000 is unrestricted. So we're reporting the unrestricted portion for this exercise for savings, but the entire amount is about $500,000.
Okay, so we got Mrs. Nakamura, then Mr. DeBeck, then Dr.
Yeah, okay, this is going to destroy this program, and it reminds me of when Jennifer Cheatham was here, and this was exactly what she wanted to do. What you've done is divide and conquer. And, the reporting line for instructional support, where you have instructional resources and material, they still have a director. Summer school still has a director. PE still has a director. Visual performance arts has a director. Language acquisition has a director. Gifted and talented gets now a resource teacher, period. And you're going to take all of her, you pull the rug out from under her by taking her psychologists and moving them into special education. So she has no access to the people. Furthermore, we've got, this will be an 81% cut for this particular department over the last 2 years, not counting the information, the stuff that's going out on the site. But it's affecting 80,000 students within this school district. It's only saving $396,000, but it also supports, Model United Nations within the district, the Academic League within the district, the IB program is supported through this office in the district, and the AP Action Plan is reported through this. This colleges would have no reporting line to GATE. So it's divide and conquer, and the closer I looked at this, the more I'm convinced that it's going to destroy this program. It goes to advocacy. There will be no advocacy for the GATE department anymore. GATE teachers aren't going to gather together. There will be no leadership. Parent questions about at the site about GATE and about the seminar program and all the rest of that will largely go unanswered, and the building partnerships in the community be shot. So as far as, within another year or two, Jennifer Cheatham's dream will come true, and there will be no GATE department anymore. So, if you'd like me to actually tell you what my feelings are about this, I can, be clearer.
Mr. DeBeck.
Sure. Is it on? Yeah, it is. I thought you censored me a bit. Anyway,
mine's on.
You have to know something about how GATE functions before you start cutting the program. You could call something GATE out in the schools by having a GATE certified teacher. You could have a GATE seminar class. You can have, that's a form of special ed. If I had to combine, I'm not sure I could do it, but if I had to combine, I would rather put GATE in special ed, because you have low-functioning people in special ed, you have high-functioning people in special ed. They all have special needs, and they all need psychologists to help them with their assessments and also their adjustments to the program. But that's not really what the GATE department does. The gate department arranges all the special activities for gate students to participate in that the schools can't do on their own. You know, these people have I'll call it a big kind of master resource book that they develop and keep updating annually to provide things for the smorgasbord, I call it, for the teachers to select so that they can have the kids with special kinds of experiences that can't be done by a gate teacher. This is an enrichment program. And the reason why you can't have a teacher teach kids that are smarter than them is because you got to have somebody that's a specialist in the kids' their interests, and that's exactly why we need to have people arrange those people. You have to bring in people from the university. You have to bring in specialized programmers. You have to bring in local intellectuals. And that is not something you can sit down in a classroom and dial on a telephone, hey, give me a smart person to talk to kids. You're going to have people do the research work to gather these people together. And yes, they get evaluated. So that, so some guy that's a PhD from, one of our local think tanks comes in. Well, the teacher and the kids and all that people have something to do with whether he ever comes back or not. Well, you can't do that by just cutting all these people that are supporting the teachers in the classroom, because the only alternative is to release the teachers to do the same work, and that's more expensive. George Banks,
I think Dr. Evans is next,
I got to apologize
Ms. Jackson,
to you.
and then I think Mr. Coburn wanted to get it.
Okay. I share some of the concerns, although I do know that the staff working on this was not a conspiracy, even though there may be some of the effects of some of it may be negative in the way that's been mentioned. First of all, I agree with Ms. Nakamura in terms of the issue of the org chart and the position, in that there are these directors and leaders of the different departments, and then there's one, and I'm not talking about the individuals that I don't necessarily even know who are in the different positions, but just even the title there gives a different impression in terms of there's a resource teacher there versus there's a director of a GATE program. I think that's an important distinction to start off with. I think, like Mr. DeBeck, the issue about sometimes we have some centralized services such as VAPA, which is providing music teachers to lots of different schools. I think there's that carries over a little bit here in terms of the GATE program. As far as the psychologists moving from the GATE department to special ed, that's not a financial savings, and I think there are some organizational things that can be looked at there. I don't think that's the most important thing to look at right now, although I think it is important to note that they are there, from what I understand, strictly to do assessments, and they're not necessarily there working as psychologists in terms of counseling the kids in the program. That's my understanding. That may not be correct.
Could be, though.
Yeah, but they don't necessarily have time to do that, given the limited number that there are. And I guess what I would just need to understand is in terms of the positions, the 4 FTE eliminated in terms of what they were doing and what will not be done if they are not there. I think every job, every position, every dollar needs to be justified, absolutely. But I'm just not clear on exactly what the role of these 4 people is and what their roles are and what would be the effect. So that's what I'd like clarification on.
Ms. Jackson.
Was going to respond to you? Are you going to respond to him?
Yeah, in the document we gave you this morning, there is the feedback from the GATE people themselves on what would not be done and what the impact of moving the psychologist. So instead of me speaking for them, I would refer you to that, because they speak eloquently in their own words. I asked them to provide us that.
Okay, my comments is, I think that it's the GATE department, and I want to applaud them for being a model. They're the only people that I've seen so far that the leadership took the cut to ensure that the services to the students remained intact, and that should be applauded. The services to the students is what we're after. I think that all those other directors and other positions should be eliminated. And this should be the model for all of them, not just GATE, but for all of them, because I think the message that it sends very, very loud and clear is that we want the resources closest to the students as possible. the items that were brought up is very true. We do need to have someone to make sure that the GATE, our community outreach book is updated. We do need to have someone who's working to ensure that we have good speakers. And as a coach, I was GATE certified, so I'm familiar with the process and what goes on in the classroom, and we do need support for that. But I think that if we're going to use a model in this whole process for departments, being willing to shift, I think this is a model to do it, where the leadership takes the hit and the people that are doing the work are still in the fields. Thank you.
So, I've got the same questions as Dr. Evans, and I read through the document coming from the GATE people. I wonder if the board would be okay, and I know Marcia is here, and I'd like to actually ask her, to get some perspective. And I don't mean to be putting her on the spot, but I do need to hear from the perspective of the GATE people what they would see as the impact to the GATE program. And so Marcia, I wonder if you would mind coming up.
I really think that puts Marcia on the spot, and I think puts her in a difficult way. Hear me out. I'd rather hear from Katie Anderson, the head of the GATE.
No, that I'm interested in hearing from Marcia.
I expect you to advocate.
Katie, well, I expect you to answer the questions honestly. That's what I'm looking for.
That's what we're looking for.
Yeah.
I know, but sometimes
if you want questions
people
asked,
are too nice.
You should ask them privately, because when you're in a public setting with your boss in front of you and others, you're not in a I'll call it an invulnerable position. And I think it's unfair to ask department members about their cuts. You do whatever you want. You're the board president, and if you got a majority with you, do it. But I don't like putting people on the spot.
I'd rather hear from Ms. Anderson.
Okay, let me ask the question. Is there a majority on the board that is okay with hearing from some thoughts from Marcia?
In the absence of anyone else?
I'm not saying in the absence of anyone else. When it's your turn, you could ask Katie to come up. I want to hear from Marcia.
Okay. Well, then, but I don't want us to start that, because then every board member will line up people to come down and ask them to come up, and then we start getting into people saying, well, I don't want to hear that person, so do we have a board majority? And people start picking and choosing their battles. I think that if the information that, and certainly...
Marcia, I apologize for asking you up. Clearly, a majority of the board does not support you.
Well, hold on a minute. Wait. I'm joining John and Richard on this. Marcia, get back up here.
Because
Which John? Not this.
I'm just saying, as an attorney, I want to make sure that you've got the best advocate for this. And sometimes, while you are an excellent advocate, it is very hard to speak truth to power when your boss is sitting right there.
Part of what we need to be doing in this process is everybody needs to be speaking truth to power. And if people are uncomfortable doing that, you got to put that aside right now. And if power is uncomfortable having people speak truth, then you got to put that aside as well. Mm-hmm. We have to have honest conversations right now so we can understand the decisions that we're about to make. And to the extent that Marcia advocates in a way that I don't buy, then I'm not going to buy it. So I'm asking you, to be up here to answer some clear questions. So the basic question I have for you is the same that Dr. Evans is talking about, is what are these 4 FTEs currently doing, and what would happen if they are not, with the GATE department any longer? Yeah.
The 4 people are the director, the GATE secretary, the GATE records clerk, and the one resource teacher. We've been cut so much in the last few years. We're down to 2 resource teachers. It's almost laughable if you don't cry. And in fact, as director, because we do not have an elementary school resource teacher, I've been going out to schools. I haven't been in the classroom in a long time. And yet it's up to me to act as a resource teacher, to go out and assist schools. As far as the GATE records clerk, she has taken over for half of her job is helping the psychologists with all of the clerical things that need to be done to work with all of the files that come in. Those will still be coming in. If there isn't somebody to take care of those, then I don't know who's going to do that. There are thousands and thousands and thousands of files that need to be put together with the case studies in them. Then, and she takes care of that. We're still doing it the old-fashioned way. It is because it is something that the psychologists need to look up once in a while to look at the previous testing and such. The psychologists do more than just testing, and I want you to know that there's been ongoing research for many, many years to improve identification. And we're a very small group, but we spend a lot of time trying to improve how kids are identified, and then trying to figure out what the best and the latest teaching strategies are and the best classroom management techniques. And we try to bring that to as many teachers as we possibly can. There are other resource teacher who would be cut, leaving just the one, takes care of our website and partnerships and all the middle schools, and works with trying to get people to help support us in one way or another. That would be a huge loss to the program. And let me say that the people who would be left would be a resource teacher who is presently doing 1.5 jobs of being the high school GATE resource teacher, as well as taking care of the AP Action Plan, which is a full-time job right there. So the GATE secretary takes care of all the reports and all of the day-to-day answering the phone and taking care of the general workings of the program. I think that if the 4 people disappeared and we only had the 2 left and the psychologists off under special ed, all of the good that has been growing for so many years would disappear. And I don't think the savings is that great. Of course, the psychologists you don't save, but the 4 of us have been in the district for a long time. So we would bump and it would keep bumping down till you'd end up with 4 people who don't, they won't be saving you that much. So you have to look at that too. Are you destroying something for the sake of a few $1,000s? And I know times are tough, and we are constantly trying to reorganize and rethink. And we're trying to actually do a multiple criteria matrix right now. We've been working with IT to try to make that more mechanized. And that would disappear.
And I just had one more question for Marcia, because other people might. The work that you do in the GATE department, and you've talked to me about this before, is impacting students who are not assessed as GATE students, correct?
Yes.
So could you just describe that a little bit?
The schools with GATE cluster programs, which soon will be all but one in the district, every single school in our district will have a GATE program by the end of this month. We're adding 3 over these past few weeks. And they can choose, when they have a cluster program, amongst 4 different models. The majority of schools have chosen the Model B cluster, which is called the diversity cluster. And that is where 25% minimum of the kids need to be identified for GATE. The rest of the class is the rest of the makeup of the school. So that takes care of the full range. It's taught by a teacher who knows about all of these different techniques and hopefully can juggle that range of kids. And so it touches so many different types of kids with different needs. And yet it's with best practices.
Okay.
So we'd like to continue that too.
Does anybody else have questions for Marcia?
Yeah, I've got one. Ms. DeJosia.
DiGiosia.
DiGiosia.
Yeah, you got to do the Italian.
Thank you. You're also, though, your office also handles Academic League.
Yes.
Which is a, program that is tremendously important for college competitive, make our kids' applications college competitive. They handle the IB program, the International Baccalaureate, which we have expanded. You mentioned the AP Action Plan.
Yes.
And that's also, both of those programs are also college competitive. And the Model United Nations is also a program that you're working on right now.
Yes.
So that's the college. I mean, all of those nobody would be coordinating, or we'd have to find somebody to pick that up for all of these wonderful programs that if you don't have these on your application programs when you apply to, UCLA and Berkeley and Dartmouth and Colgate, or all those programs, all those applications, we'd really be undercutting our kids. So there wouldn't be any central organizing point for that, right?
No.
Don't tear up on me. Okay, all right.
No, it would just
drift away.
When you have everybody running, the few who are left running in different directions, it just this nugget of dedicated people who work till 10 at night in the office when they get kicked out by the custodian at the school. We're on a school campus, and come in on the weekends. You can believe that. You can check how many people were there over the weekend. This lovely 4-day weekend that people enjoyed. We had people working there in the office all weekend. They're doing what they love, and they're doing it for the kids. And to say that because they're psychologists and special ed has psychologists, that they should all be together, that's just faulty thinking as well.
Thank you.
Okay. I mean, so basically, your feeling is that you're operating with a skeleton staff at this point, just barely kind of holding up the program, and it probably isn't going to exist very much if you don't have that. And I know I've talked with some people on the program before about the different things that need to be improved, particularly on the issue of identification, and then once you have the kids in the program, where you're really providing the right kind of services. But it sounds like you've just kind of barely kept your head above water in terms of keeping the thing going. Then there's the other issue of kind of organization, and we really have tried to streamline and at the central office level. And I don't know if you have any problem with the issue of a little bit different reporting structure. By that I mean not a personal problem with that, but I mean in terms of a real gate department being part of a different organizational chart.
No, it's been kind of in and out of that for years. So, no, not in the least.
Okay, thank you.
That's not where the problem is.
Mr. Koba?
I think Marcia depicts what most of the central office looks like. And we talked earlier this morning about we want to take another 5% cut on her office of 4 or 5. If you take a look at the central office as a whole, there are many, many organizations of not just 10 or less, but 5 or more, or 5 or less. And, clearly, just trying to get a sense of the board, if based on her well-articulated perspective, we want to move on because of the value of the program. Certainly, let's do that. And if you take a look at the rest of the items on there, the OSIL program, very, very historically based in this district.
what do we want to do about it, and just try to, at the end of the day, get a feel for where you want us to go and where you don't want us to go, so we get a sense that, there's value here, we recognize the value, it's in line with our priorities, let's move on.
Yeah, I agree.
Sort that out.
And I appreciate that, Mr. Coben. And Marcia, I appreciate it, and I appreciate you being willing to stand up. And I know that that's not a comfortable thing to do, but we've got to get direct information from folks at all levels. I believe what Mr. Koba is asking us is fair, and I think to the degree that there's a majority of the board that just simply is not comfortable with any of the suggestions on the priority-based budget list, I think we need to clarify that right now so we can move on. So I guess the question that I would put to my colleagues on the board right now is, are we willing to forego the $396,000 in projected savings and not take the recommendation to make these adjustments to the gate department?
Yes.
And it's not taking action; it's just kind of a consensus you're looking for.
Yeah,
but I think it's clear to give direction to the staff right now, and we're not going to do that on everything. We're not going to.
Well, I think we should. I think if we're going to start picking and choosing programs, my understanding that today that we were going to listen, we were going to do back and forth. If we're going to start taking consensus on programs, I thought we were going to do that at our next big meeting where everybody is present. It is not appropriate to and I don't know if there were people here from IMC, okay? I don't know if there was people here. There were some people here from VAPA. But what I don't want us to start doing is things that we have as our pet projects or whatever. I don't care what they're considered. I think today should be information and not consensus and people going back out saying, I'm off the chopping block. I think that, and I know the staff wants direction, but I think the direction has to be that until we get everything from every entity that's on this list, everything is still on the chopping block. If we're going to start taking things off, I think it's too early to take things off because, again, I think the critical issue today that has been brought up that we didn't get an answer for is good, clear numbers. And until we have good, clear numbers of what our budget actually is, I don't think we should be taking anything off. And so I cannot support and I can't participate. I mean, I may be the only one that doesn't, but it's for that particular reason that until we get good, clear numbers, nobody needs to feel that we're okay. Because what you just said, Mr. Cope, is very true. Every department at the central office is at bare bones. Every department. And so we need to be very clear about if we're going to take one department over another, what it actually means to the whole entire picture, especially when it comes to the dollars and cents.
I think it's fair enough. Any other perspectives on this question? Yeah, Mr.
Well, this I'll call it this process has its flaws. I'm very sure of that. But for example, I just look at item 10 as transportation, and it says savings from OSIL. So then what are you talking about? We got OSIL with a saving $5 million, and we got transportation and another thing. You can't have one without the other.
That's right.
So then why don't you put them together? Because when we make a decision, the decision is really, in the case of OSIL, is a $6 or $7 million decision.
7.2. Right.
Yep.
Okay, and I mean, I personally look at this list, all these things, and I look at them and I say, you know what? I can't recover these if I cut them, but I can recover payroll cuts. If payroll cuts occur, I can rescind those one at a time in whatever increment it takes to balance the budget, but I can't regain I'll call it the intellect, the leadership, the institutional memory when I play like a cannibal and cut these programs. If you're going to cut them to the point where they can't survive at all, you might as well just recommend eliminate them. And if we think we can stand up to this community with eliminating OSIL and eliminating GATE, good luck. Because they'll have our hide before they'll have those programs' hides. That's accountability.
Okay, so I think that the question that I'm asking the board right now, and Ms. Jackson raises a good point. Are we willing today to take any of these 14 recommendations off the board, or are we going to wait until a later point to do any of that. Dr. Evans?
I'd like to comment on that because, while on the one hand I see specifically about the gate that it's a bare bones operation, I don't see any way for us to cut back further than that. But on the other issue that Ms. Jackson's bringing up, I think it is a problem if, without taking the entire picture, we start taking things off. The information that I got from at the beginning from the superintendent was you wanted some direction, particularly if there is something that's going to involve staff time in terms of going out and researching something. You don't want to go out and research and plan something if there isn't any will on the board to look at it. However, this has already been researched by the staff. It's been responded to by the community and so forth. We have the information, so there's no further, or no great deal further anyway, of staff time required at this point. I think the point is that we need to go through all of these, be well informed about all of them, but I think it's pretty dangerous to start saying, well, we're taking this off the table. And when it comes down to it, further down the road, on March 15th, we're going to be putting things on our list that we are very much going to try to repeal between March 15th and June. So that's why I would defer action, even though I have pretty strong feelings about it, this particular item.
Yeah, I'd be willing to go ahead and just take gate off because we don't need to waste another 45 minutes talking about it. For the next time we come around, I think we've all got our opinions are pretty clear. This is a small potatoes item, unlike OSILE, which is quite large. This affects 80,000 kids, and I think we've hashed it, and I'd be willing to just go ahead and say $396 on that. I think there's going to be more horse trading on OSILE, however, and on some of these other. I don't actually have a commitment to much of anything else that's on here on the list. So, if we're taking a lot of time up front here, it's because they front loaded. the really emotional stuff up here at the top.
The big stuff up.
Yeah, you did.
My feeling is that it's a mix. I think, with some of the areas that clearly there's just not going to be support on the board to go forward with the recommendation, I think we're wasting our time to not move forward, although I respect the notion that let's look at it all at the same time. So I would support taking gate off the table at this point, and I think we're clear on where Dr. Evans and Ms. Jackson are for now. And Mr. DeBeck, do you have a preference?
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, it doesn't get cut.
Go.
Okay, so let's move on then to OSILE.
You first.
Yeah. The recommendation is to suspend the OSILE programs during this time. It's a $5.7 million savings, and as Mr. DeBeck correctly points out, there's an additional $725,000 savings in transportation that goes hand in hand with that. So it's about $6.5 million in savings by suspending the programs for this time period.
I'm happy to go first on this. It's not great. I can't support taking this off the table at this point. I very much want to figure out how to save this program. I disagree with the point that Mr. DeBeck made this morning about not going out to the community to ask for support. I think we need to do that. I think I definitely want to see analysis about how we can reduce the program as an alternative to cutting it for the next several years. I believe in the program, but I can't support taking it off the table right now. It's too large a dollar amount. That's where I'm at.
Don't support taking off, meaning keep it on the list for now.
I keep it on the list for now, yes.
Yeah, I'd like to know how many, and forgive me for not knowing this, but how many days a week are the kids going up to 6th grade camp right now? Didn't we reduce it a couple of years ago to 4 days a week?
Right.
They're only going 4 days a week to Camp Palomar right now. It's 4 days. Balboa and
there's 2 teachers for every kid that goes to the program. One stays home or goes with the group, and one at the campground. So there's some money there you got to think about.
Not
just the program, but the fact that you're paying for 2 teachers for 1 kid.
Okay, so it is. It is a big number, and I agree. The only reason we're discussing this today is because I took a stand on this 7 years ago. I mean, the whole thing was on the chopping block, 7 years ago, and we somehow managed to find a program. Again, Mr. Barrera is correct. If you're not from San Diego, if you're not from California, if you weren't a kid, as Mr. Barrera and I apparently did not have parents who went camping, and I know, in my case, and I suspect in Mr. Barrera's case, didn't have the wherewithal to go camping. This was your only opportunity for Palomar. And as a native Californian, I think the rich heritage that we have here often goes unnoticed by carpetbaggers who come in from out of state, if I can say that. The Balboa Park program are wonderful museum programs where people actually have a chance to, our students have a chance to go there. They would never otherwise see it. But this is a huge, huge, huge number, although I know this program has been cut. It was worth $12 million back 7 years ago, so it's been trimmed already. I don't have an answer for it at this point in time. I agree with Mr. Barrera going out to the public and talking with them. I also agree trying to find funding is going to be difficult, but trying to find funding we must.
Okay.
Comments on OSIL?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson.
This is one that even though it has a large dollar amount, I think I asked the staff last year and to look at the three components that make up our Race and Human Relations Department to see the benefit of all of them. And I don't ever remember seeing a report that compared the benefits of the OSIL, the Magnet Program, and the Race and Human Relations Office. Talk about our Carlin and our Race and Human Relations, and I'm not sure this district has done its due diligence to monitor itself. Understanding the need for cuts, we also made a commitment to produce not only academically bright students, but a workforce that can work with people and get along with people, which is one of the key components of our OSIL program, in addition to its benefits with science and others. I think that is important for us to know. I don't want us working in silos on items. OSIL is not out there all by itself. OSIL cuts across a lot of other different departments, and I like to know how we can make it all work. I do agree, and I know it's difficult, but there are people out there that are willing to help the district, and OSIL might just be the perfect fit for some of those people that really want to support our district. But I am a big supporter of OSIL, and so, but I think we just need some more information to help us make a better decision.
Mr. DeBeck?
Sure. Well, I've got a lot of things on my list before OSIL. I frankly can't support the cuts in that when there's lots of things left, and including payroll. I have to say it, because the real issue for all these cuts, I want to say it, I'll call them the cannibalism cuts. The real issue around these cannibalism cuts is last year when we faced a budget crisis and we projected this year's deficit, we had a whole year to come up with program modifications, program ideas. None of that happened. We get back to the wall. We got 10 days before we notify people you got to go find another job if that's what we're going to do. But we've had almost this whole year while we've been lagging on looking at how to improve the programs to make them more efficient. So now we get right up to the edge of the wire. We do not have a written program evaluation for any of these that we have on the list. We don't have a stated objective of the program, any measure of those objectives. All we have is our opinions. And that includes the leadership staff and the board. So if you can't find time to evaluate a program, how can you come to the end of the line and say, chop it off? Take them, not me, take them. It's bad. It's dangerous. It's like, I'm going to burn down my house for the insurance? No. I want to have a logical reason for how I'm going to do what I do. And if it's my opinion, then this isn't going to get cut. maybe the people who recommended it ought to get cut. I said that last time. Because the real issue is, if you haven't had time to evaluate and make a judgment on the quality of your programs, and you wait till the last minute to yank the rug out from under people that have been working their whole career on it, you got a big problem.
Yes. Okay. Well, first of all, I agree with the fact that we need to keep it on the table for consideration. We have a total of about $21 million of cuts here. We have to find about $25 million more. And even though it's difficult in terms of comparing as far as dollars and so forth, I think that's what makes it a little easier in terms of the ruling out the cuts to GATE versus OSIL in terms of just the basic dollar amount that we're dealing with. Because as Mr. DeBeck pointed out, if you take the program plus the transportation, we're talking about $7.2 million. And I don't think there is anybody, well, I know there's no one up here who is not supportive of OSIL and doesn't think it's a great program. And when we're talking about us versus them, I mean, this OSIL programs are basically set up for 100% of the students in the district, even as compared to even athletics or some other programs that don't include everybody, because everybody, theoretically at least, goes through 4th, 5th, and 6th grade and benefits from this program. So it's a pretty wide-ranging effect. And I think if we do, we have to consider this as far as a cut. But if we do that, we need to simultaneously step into motion. I mean, I think there are a lot of options in terms of funding, even as far as the whole issue. OSIL has served so many purposes, for example, at Count Palomar, and one is, for example, environmental education. And if we're able to financially retool it as environmental education and get some support from the corporate community for that, and then maintain the diversity component, I think that would be one option. We need to really look at that hard, but we need to just keep it all on the table at this point.
So what I would ask on this one would be two things that Superintendent, maybe we could ask Bernie Reinerson and his group to come back to us with a little bit of a strategy and an action plan about how we could reach out to the community to raise some money to support some aspects of OSIL. And the second would be, I know that the OSIL people would like to have a conversation with you and with Phil, similar to what the IMC folks had, and so I'd like to see the recommendations that come back from that conversation.
Okay. And I thought I heard earlier a recommendation for, can we deliver this educational program perhaps with some between suspension and full up today, the in-between. Maybe it's a shave a day off, or maybe instead of 2 teachers for focusing per student, 1, that kind of guidance. We'll certainly take a look at that. I do have a couple other comments. Most of these programs don't have any annual or periodic assessments. I mean, they just don't. And I'm not defending it, I'm just making an observation. This was on the discussion table last year. We did talk a little bit about some modification of the program, left it on our strategy listing for going forward to the interim reports, and it's where it is today. So we can take a look at it. We will have to adjust downward from a $7 million number to whatever the board agrees to. But it's just one of those choices we have to make.
I do also have a recommendation, and that is, this is, Mr. Lagasse, there's a significant problem actually within the district, and it doesn't just go to OSIL. This is going to sound, it's like one of those, it is one of those things that it sounds like it's not a lot of trouble, but it's a lot of trouble, and it takes a lot of time, and that's organizing carpools. And I keep thinking that it takes an extraordinary amount of time on the part of the teacher, on the part of the parent, even if they help out, trying to there's got to be a software program like an Evite where you can get people, some sort of a program where people can sign up for carpooling. And perhaps we could get parents to carpool up to, the OSILE and cut down on transportation costs that way. But that would also solve a significant amount of problems, actually, with a number of field trips. Field trips are a nightmare to coordinate. And I know for a fact, actually, we pay for buses where if we could streamline that and make it easier for teachers, they could coordinate, the carpooling instead of paying for buses. I know we pay for buses when we really don't have to on this, and maybe this would be an answer for the OSILE program, at least a little bit as well. I mean, I would have driven my child up to Palomar, and I would have liked to have seen Palomar when he was in 6th grade camp. I would just go up there and kind of see it, and then when he comes back or pick them up, that would have worked for me. So I don't know what type of software programs or what it would entail to take a look at that, but that's one recommendation not only for this program but for, I have to tell you, just an amazing number of how many field trips are organized per day in this school district. It's unbelievable, and the amount of manpower it takes to do that, and woman power. So, thank you.
Okay. Yes, I'm sorry.
Can I help facilitate the rest of this list for a moment with Phil? Because I'm being cognizant of your time, and we'll never get to the second page. And I think the last page, and the conversation's been a good one. It's give us a sense where we are. But if you were to take a look at items 6 through 14, let me make a couple of quick points about them. The adult education, I think there was some comment before about cutting adult education or not and how that plays out. A good discussion. Adult education has its own fund, and it is outside the general fund. And we do have an obligation for certain troubled kids, 18 to 22, to teach. So, again, this list was probably just to share information, to broaden the picture for everybody.
Is that an actual obligation or is that a moral obligation?
No, it's an actual obligation. It's a state
legal
requirement.
Obligation.
Yeah. Excuse me. Yes, ma'am. Things like 18 to 22-year-old students that have not graduated, have certain needs, are in fact our responsibility.
Okay.
The dropout prevention, we did not cut the dropout prevention program in Nellie's offices. We did reduce an FTE. Moving down, and again, I'll come back around to ask your comments on this. The police, the issue of safe and secure schools, we clearly can't depend on outside agencies to support us. We've had some of that conversation, and they are, in fact, cutting themselves when it comes to law enforcement, or adjusting their priorities, assuming that between our alarm system and our police department we can cover 200 properties, and that's a stretch, but that's where the conversation takes us. So, is there something we can do with campus security officers? That was out there. The parent programs, that was about the Ballard Center, and that was about trying to move the dollars out there in a purposeful way. I mean, not willy-nilly if that's what we wanted to do. The transportation piece, we wanted to separate the OSILE instructional from the OSILE transportation, but they're on the same page because we didn't want to hide or mislead anybody as to why they're there. One of the things that we've taken a significant look at is we do spend a lot of money in the extra time, overtime, hourly type of things. And almost the forcing function for us was, why don't we simply cut 25% of that area and live with what we can live with? The next one, number 12, is a complicated one. I think that's one where you really had a lot of interest. Not that the other ones didn't, but this is a complicated area. This is where we're saying you've got a chain of correction. You've got two groupings of improvement officers in the elementary and secondary area. Do you want to realign them in a different way? And there was some discussion of a K to 12. At the same time, you also have the old curriculum and instruction department that was evolved to the instructional support services. It is doing things in the realm of academic support to schools that are running parallel with the SIOs. Should they be merged together in some fashion? There was a lot of discussion. There's actually org charts on all of that. Then at the bottom there, the English tutoring for the community was an item that had come up. Almost $1 million there. Could that be suspended? And then the last one was professional development for administrators. So these were high profile,
items that were in the PBB. And this is only a summary of 5 pages, line by line, because we didn't get into things like landscaping contracts or any of the other issues that created that $21 million unrestricted part. So those were some areas. If you want to come back around, I'm just suggesting, President Barrera, is take a look at where the board recommendation was, the last list.
Yeah.
And between the second part of page 2 and this list, where do we want to spend our time? Where do you think there's benefit for the trustees and for balancing?
So why don't we open that up, and if a board member has a particular comment or question on any of the remainder of this page, or even getting into the next pages, why don't we go there?
I don't understand. We don't even have any numbers to go with this.
No, 6 to 14 on the previous page.
Yeah, let's stick for now to 6 to 14. So are there any...
6 through 14. Oh,
yeah, I'm
okay.
sorry.
I'm
sorry. So, yeah. So
all right.
Any other questions or comments on 6 to 14?
I do.
Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Which is, in terms of number 12, merging these functions, it was done to a certain extent, and I think in answer to one of my questions, there was the idea that it could be done more. As far, and I know it gets confusing with the merging, but with the school improvement officers, as far as going to a K to 12 supervision model and so forth. So my only, and I'm assuming that the number 12, when you have the $500,000, that was what you came up with originally. But in the answer to the question I had, there was another potential $1.3 million more,
right,
by reducing some of the school improvement officers and so forth. So I would be very interested in really having a really detailed information analysis of how to get number 12, not just to the 500,000, but to the 1.8.
Yeah, and just on number 12, real quickly, the question, in addition to what Dr. Evans brought up, the question is, we're reducing by 20 FTE, but we're only saving $517,000?
That's unrestricted, just the unrestricted portion.
That's all classified.
Well, he's saying it's
It's
the unrestricted
$25K
portion.
for each full-time equivalent. So that's got to be classified numbers. It
No,
can't be certificated numbers. Nobody works for us that's certificated. That's a full-time equivalent that makes $25,000.
You just answered it.
This is just the $517,000 is the unrestricted portion of the savings. The
It doesn't
majority
matter.
of it is restricted.
All right. Well, then you say well then, so you save 5.
Unrestricted.
All right.
All right, let's get some feedback.
It's smoke and mirrors. It doesn't make any sense.
Can I add to number 12?
Yes, please. Add to number 12. Yeah.
For number 12...
you can hide it behind restricted or unrestricted, but the money is the money. And if I say that there are so many full-time equivalents and I'm saving $517,000, then the way to find out how much each equivalent is worth is to divide, which I did. And the number is $25,000 per full-time equivalent. Find me one.
Okay. For number 12, one thing that I don't think we've had a discussion is what the model for supervising our school should look like. Mm-hmm. I think it's very difficult to start cutting or combining an office when the real question is what is the most effective and efficient way to oversee our schools. Over the last 3 years, we've had instructional leaders, we've had area superintendents, we have SIOs, and I guess a modified model now. I think the best thing for the board to do is to have a discussion as to what is it that we want the supervision of our schools to look like. Therefore, when the new superintendent come in, they are managing that system. They're not coming in trying to develop a new system, which has been the problem with this district, is when a person comes in, they said, oh, let me reorganize and tell you the best way. Well, I think that we've been through this a number of times, that we can find out from both our schools, from our people here, what, for San Diego Unified, what is the best way that we should monitor our schools. Then the question is, how much does that cost? Given what you allocated right now, consolidating, can we do it in that realm? If so, then it's okay because we've already have a dollar amount. But I think the key, though, is that we know exactly what it is that how the monitoring of our schools would take place. And this is not personal. This is what is the organization for monitoring our schools going to look like? And I think we need to have discussion fairly quickly.
Ms. Nakamura.
Yeah, I think Dr. Evans had his hand up first, so I'll let you go first.
I just wanted to agree with Ms. Jackson, and even though we're in the middle of the budget situation, we're making decisions that have longer-term effects, and we do want to have a plan in place that is our own San Diego plan rather than someone else bringing in something else. And I think that somehow we're going to have to set aside some time or a mini workshop or something just to come up with the model of supervision and the organization of the district, and then look at the money part of it and getting practical about the money part. We might set up the scaffolding for the new system, and it might be very bare because we don't have much money, but we know what we have now and what we're moving towards. I think that's all really crucial, rather than just doing what I was saying of combining this $500,000 and this $1.3 million and coming up with some savings.
Yeah, I agree that I mean, this has been, I think, one of the most amusing parts of being in this chair is all the different names that we give this particular position, just so, I don't know, maybe the public won't catch on that we actually have to have a span of control. I mean, it is impossible for a single person to supervise all of these schools. I mean, if you take Poway, you could take that the superintendent of Poway is essentially an SIO in the sense that, the Poway school district is probably, well, maybe not Poway, but one of the smaller school districts is about the same size as what we are asking SIOs to supervise. There is this question of span of control and, the ability to supervise people. And again, but how are we going to do that? I don't think that we've really fundamentally changed the way that we did it. It's really a matter of being able to manage people. How you define that, I suppose, makes a great deal of difference. But the truth is, we're not going to get away from the need to supervise schools and to supervise, particular areas. We can organize them geographically by cluster. We can organize them by, in sort of whatever affinity group that you happen to like, whether it's all the low-performing schools, all the elementary schools, however you want to organize that. But the fact of the matter is, you can only have so many people, under one manager academically. So we keep running away from that, as though we don't have the wherewithal to explain. And I suppose maybe we just get those popsicle sticks out every time somebody asks and line them all up so that people have some idea, some small sense of what it takes, or ask them to just go out and visit in a week every single school that a school improvement officer visits. Just in 1 week. Just go visit all those schools that they're supposed to be supervising in 1 week and see how much work you can able to get done. But we need to have the discussion of how much support beyond that is needed and what is the job description of those people. And fundamentally, is that going to improve, whether it has to do with evaluations, because we don't do those evaluations of principals the way we should be doing. What's their job description? What's the best way to get? How can we do less more effectively instead of constantly trying to do more? What's the most effective use of this time? And I think that's the end of my time.
Mr. Beck?
I'm done.
And Mr. O'Neill.
Okay, go ahead. I'm 12, am I?
Yeah, so on 12.
No, I'm done with 12.
Oh, done with 12?
Yeah, I'm done with 12. I just think that we should have a meeting to talk about what we want that supervision to look like, and the sooner we get that done, the better it is for everybody, and especially for planning for our district. But when you're ready, I'm ready for the other items.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I struggle a little bit with. I agree that that we need to have that conversation and have some clarity. I guess I just there's two things that I struggle with about that. One is timing. If we're going to achieve some savings in this area of the district, I'm not sure that if we can have that real conversation as a board about structure, that's great. But I think it just has to be in the context of that we're under a time crunch. And the second part of that for me is, and maybe it's getting to that. We need to get into that discussion. I don't claim to have an idea of what the model needs to be for the supervision of principals in schools. I really have to look to not only the folks here in the central office who do that job, but also to principals and teachers and people at the schools to give us some feedback about what's the most effective model. But I don't want to start by having the five of us invent the model. I think we need to, and that's not what we're saying. So anyway, I know Mr. Cope, you wanted to comment on 12 a little bit.
Right. No, I think you're all discussing the conundrum of what we're trying to do here. Yeah. We're trying to save a lot of money, and we're trying to realign and reorganize and restructure along the way, and clearly understand our priorities. And this is a classic case of where we heard the board say the central office, the chain of command, kind of remodel it, keep it away from kids. And this is a classic case where there are probably 3 or 4 or more good, viable models here. We've seen 2 organizations run in flux down the road together. You said earlier about how many different titles can we give to the SIOs? How many different titles can we give to curriculum instruction? And do they run in parallel? Do they overlap? Do they intersect? And part of the discussion with the PBB process is, the board's telling us to be creative, think out of the box, realign. So I do think we came up with some ideas. I do think it does take a separate, standalone conversation because what you're going to do is set a precedent potentially for where you want to go for the foreseeable future, for the next superintendent, for whatever you want to do. But I do think we need to have that conversation soon. I would almost put the academic folks on this now for a discussion as soon as next week because there's money here. Mm-hmm. There is policy here. There's strategy here.
So I agree. I think we're going to need to do that next week. And
I would just my favorite way of doing things, and I'm sorry, but beg, borrow, or steal. I'd like to see, what are in textbooks at San Diego State when we're talking about what are the models, what are the particular models and what are particular what are really successful, what are the models of really successful school districts look like? What does Boston look like? What does Charlotte-Mecklenburg look like? What does really successful school districts? And pick your John. Don't start. I know.
Well, just $9,000 a kid's difference.
Okay. Well, in California, good point. Very good point. But in California, if we can find something that's working, I'm not sure there's anything left working in California anymore. But if there is, can we take a look? What's the model they're using? I'd like to just know.
I think we can try within the context of time.
Yeah.
Okay. So we want to move on from number 12.
A couple of items that I have, and I'll share my comments about. Number 8, the CSOs. I can't support doing that. When it comes up, I will not be supporting reducing them. There are other areas that are still not listed on this list, and so maybe when those areas are done and we need more money, then I'll get down to the police and gate, but not right now. Number 9, our parenting program. I have great concerns. One of the things about us moving to a cluster model is we really have to educate parents. We got to get parents engaged, and if you're cutting the program that pulls all the parents together to educate them, it's going to be difficult to get this done site by site, which is what we're saying the money's going to go out to the schools. And when you look at the amount going to the schools, it's not going to be a lot. And I think I asked a couple of principals just in how would you do this? How would you take $7,000 more in your budget and get the parents involved? And so they weren't sure, but they'd say, well, we have to do it, we'll do it. I think the English tutoring, some of that funding that we get for the English tutoring is part of our impact aid, if I'm not mistaken, which is required. And I know I was arguing for years, how much impact aid do we get? Is it being used appropriately? If parents can't talk to their children about their homework, it really handicaps us. And so some of this tutoring is absolutely essential for our newcomer families, parents to communicate with their children. So I think those items need a little bit more meat added to them so the board members understand exactly when they're cutting and taking this away what it would mean to the actual involvement of families and participation with the child's education. Thank you.
Any other comments on any of the items on this list? 6 to 14?
No.
Okay, so why don't we move on into the items we put on?
Yes. What we've tried to do, if you go to the third and final pages, there's 16 items on this list. And these were the compilation.
21, right?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Compilation from the notes that we took this morning of what the board members had identified. What I would encourage is a conversation of which of these do we want us to truly go explore, cost out, assess, versus those that, we would just say good to do but not necessarily now.
How could we decide unless we knew the amount of money that each one represents? I mean, if what you're saying is, if I can only figure out a way to cut this list down, then staff won't have to find the information. But then if we miss the information because we made a mistake in trying to tell them that we're not interested, it might be the one solution that we miss. I can't say that I could pick from the 20 whatever which one you don't have to find the answers to. What I think the board needs, and they'll have to make their decision. There's a majority that can do it. They'll have to make their decision on what ones they want to have you bring back. My question is, if you can't answer the question, tell us. The questions are here. It's not true false, I admit. It may take some homework, but the answers to the questions either can be gotten or not. And if they can't be gotten, say so, and we'll just take them off the list. If they can be, then I don't think the board has the right to pick and choose now which are the things they don't want to have on it. We gave you the list in the first place, so that's it. If you got a list, tell us, no, we can't get it for you. Or, we can, but it'll take longer than we got. Or, it's not our priority, we're the administration. One of them.
Okay, Dr.
Just my thought about that is that you got this list from listening to all of us talk, each of us individually. And there may be some things on here, for example, that only one person on the board thinks is worth considering and looking into, and I don't want to have the staff time taken up by that. So I think it's going to be a pretty broad list, but I think we need to say there's a general consensus to either consider this list or there are several that we're not going to bother with.
Can I just comment on that really quick? Yeah. It may be just one board member that put it on the list, but it could be like OSAL. We picked OSAL because they said, well, look at it. It's a big ticket item. That one thing that one person put on the list could be a big dollar item, okay? And by just taking it out because one person put it on the list might not be the best thing. I think that certainly what we don't have, and I don't know if there's a quick way to get it, is a few numbers. But if the comment right now is that we go through here and we look and see, well, who majority of the board wants to do certain things, then fine, that's what we'll do. But I didn't think because one person puts things out doesn't necessarily mean it should be taken off the list.
And just to clarify, I didn't mean in terms of which ones you want and don't want. It's just there are many things I would say that I would be willing to consider, but might not necessarily end up supporting. Okay.
So I guess,
go through this one by one? Or
well, no. The question
really
really is, I think at this point, it's we don't have any description or budget savings to any of these 21 items. So the question is, do we want to ask staff to go back and do some analysis of all of these 21 items and then come back to us and have a discussion? And that's what I'm hearing Ms. Jackson say, and I think that's what I'm hearing Mr. DeBeck say. Or do we want to, right now, identify certain of these 21 items that we would say there's just not a consensus on the board to support that, regardless of what the description or budget savings comes back? So we want to take it off the list right now in order to save staff the time of doing the analysis. I think that's the question.
I think we should do speed dating on all of these, and each board member gets 30 seconds on 1, 2, 3, 4 going down, and so everybody can take our temperature on it and figure out where there's a commitment, where we're lukewarm and probably want more information, and where we're an absolute not.
Mr. Koba?
Yeah. My point here is
I know there's no dollar value assigned to this because the discussion only came up and we didn't have any time during lunch. But here's my point. Item number 13 is close small elementary schools. That's a big deal.
Yeah.
Is the board as a whole want to go down that road in the next 3 weeks or not? That's where I'm coming.
Yeah.
I mean, there are a lot of these. I can tell you what the eliminate all travel will be.
Yeah.
Or, if we wanted to eliminate central curriculum instruction, we can give you a dollar value. But on the other hand, are you ready to collapse all the small high school complexes?
Well,
those are the big deals.
Or are you asking the board as a whole?
The board as a collective.
Well, then
we need to do this systematically because we've got another meeting at 5 o'clock.
Who's, Mr. DeBeck, who's in the majority?
Huh?
You directed him to the majority.
I know. I said let's have a majority vote. If you want to have a vote, let's just put 3-2 vote. Let's just go down the list and vote. You vote on every one of them if that's the way you feel about it. The point was they were offered in the first place to come up with money. This is not money. It's opinion. And the point is, how can you vote on the difference between these when they don't have any value?
I would just I believe Mr. Koba's question is there something or are there some things on here that you would just not even consider, regardless of the dollar value?
Okay,
and
have us vote on each of them.
For me, no. For me, I would consider each and every 21 of these items.
Okay,
that's Jackson. Okay.
Is that the same, Mr. DeBeck? Are you in the same position?
I would say there are things there that I would not support.
What are they?
Well, you want to put them up for vote?
Sorry, I just want to clarify, Mr. DeBeck. You're
I'll
saying
go down the list.
You're saying regardless of
what's the whole story? Is it I'm going to make a motion to do it and get a second, or am I just going to expose my priorities first? You want to do something? Make a blind vote. Let's every one of us take this sheet, put our names on it, and say what we're going to vote for and tally it then. Okay?
Well, add me then to a second vote for, I believe, all 21 of these issues should come back to us to consider before we go 1 through 21 individually and make decisions about these. So I'm with considering all 21. So that's 2 votes for considering all 21. Is there a third vote for considering all 21? Okay.
I'll make it.
All right. Then I think we're done.
Well, can we, on a couple of these, it closed small elementary schools, I'd like to see a breakdown for, in sizes, and also closing the small high school consolidation. I want to know, per facilities.
We got a whole printout on that.
Right.
But the point is, I think, Catherine, what you're suggesting is you want to, right now, get more specific about what we want to see in the description.
Yeah,
of the
a little
budget
bit.
savings?
Yeah, instead of just if it's $6 million to close all of the small high schools, for example, I think the Kearney Construction Tech. Why don't we just slit our own throats right now? That one doesn't closing that one doesn't make any sense at all to me. But there, I think, argumentably at Crawford or at some of the other schools, maybe that's something that we should consider. But I'd like the staff's professional opinion on what's working, what's not, and also just a per capita analysis of how much they're all worth. What's it costing us? But there are some programs that are working and some that aren't. So, I think on small elementary schools, there's we cut it $3 million, do it $300, do we cut?
But the line of budget savings should also have next to it positions.
Okay.
But I agree with Ms. Nakamura, and you've started it, that the small high school consolidation has to be based on some evaluation of which schools are working, not working. That I'm not interested in closing small high schools that are clearly doing a great job.
But we don't have any evidence.
Well, we do.
Yeah, we do.
I'm glad you do. I don't.
They gave us some.
You do.
Yeah.
You've got it. Sid's saying he does. Mr. Salas has
it. The API score is adequate? Or what is it? What's your criteria, Richard, for success?
Yeah, I would say that the criteria that the staff presented us, which is growth in API from 2006 to 2009, and similar schools rank, is important to me. So if I see that we've got one school that's got a similar schools rank of 9 and then another school that's a 1, and we haven't seen any improvement in that school over the course of 2006 to 9, then I would say that school, unfortunately, we have to look at. Yeah, right there, we have to look at.
Well, if it hasn't changed since it was set up,
yeah,
or declined, then it's not doing well.
Yeah, I'd say if a school is showing improvement but still has but this is part of, I think, a conversation that we would have. I would look at that as a school that's showing improvement but has yet to see, for instance, a significant gain in similar schools rank is something that we have to think about. But sure, I mean, we've got some schools on this list that over that period, 2006 to 2009, are not gaining and are stuck in a bad position right now, and I think that means for me.
Well, let me just. I don't want to debate the issue, but let's say you close some small high schools. Yeah. How much do you save?
Well, that's a question.
You don't, except if you cut off the top of the administration, because they still have classrooms and teachers, right? And so the only savings you could get by closing a small high school would be the doubling of services that you'd have between that and a comprehensive high school. And that's far from $25 million if you took them all together.
They already gave us the figures.
Right. All right, but I mean, yeah.
It's much less than 25 million.
But I mean, I don't think you're talking more than $3 million at the max.
Oh, but the $3 million we have to consider.
Well, that's off my top of my head, but I think there's probably a lot less than that.
It is.
Just a couple of comments. On the small schools that we would look at, small elementary schools, I think the top 10, I shouldn't say top 10, but according to this that you gave us, the 10 with the lowest enrollment would be the ones that, I would be willing to consider. I also think, and I would like to know how we could account for all the funding received by a school. And what I mean is that we know that we have some pretty aggressive, sometimes assertive principals that go out and get funding from other sources, private philanthropists and either other organizations that is not factored into their budget. And in some cases, you expect the school to be doing really well with these additional funds, but we're not seeing how those funds are being used. I think we should have an idea about how much other funding is coming into a school, because people are claiming they're giving schools money, maybe not really giving them money. The other thing I wanted to just come up to the staff and say, I know earlier this morning I talked about just giving the school its money that it was entitled to, and allowing the school to have to work within that monetary amount. Since I have been up to finance and figured out that we can't do that, it would open a whole other can of worms, such as staffing and a lot of other issues. So I'm not sure that that would be something that we could do, right away, as far as giving the schools their allotments per their students and saying, here is your budget and you're responsible for it. And I thank the people upstairs for providing the information for me during the lunch break today. And then I do want to also thank the staff, because I know that over the last few years I have been hammering about the contracts and the outsourcing, and Mr. Culver reminded me that it is down a lot, even though I keep hammering, but it's down a lot. So I want to thank you very much for, I know I see you don't listen to me, but I guess you do listen to me, but it just takes a time to get some of these things done. So again, thank you for that.
Yeah, I would like to say, as the person who actually suggested a reduction in the communications department, I never, ever, ever said eliminate the communications department. My interest in that was like reducing it maybe by 1 FTE or something, but I don't think anybody on the board said eliminate the communications department. I believe that's a miserror in transcription. And
we have that down. I won't say who said it.
Yeah, well, I'm going to go back and watch the tape because I don't think it's there.
Okay.
All right. So, it's. I don't think anybody said that.
We can play the tape.
Yeah, we can. We can indeed.
I'm surprised at some of the things I've
Unless
said.
we eliminate videotaping.
Yeah, that's right. Well, I'm going to go back and find out.
I don't think we can afford to tape anymore.
Well, at any rate, it sounds like somebody was shooting from the lip. So to me, but anyway, I just wanted to put that out there. And I also, integrating the government relations office into the board office, I don't find that it's going to save any money. In fact, knowing board members is just going to cost it because it'll get increased exponentially. So, but go forth and multiply, guys, or not multiply.
Dr. Evans.
Okay. Just some comments on the different ones. First of all, on number 1, eliminate all travel. I would certainly say there, reduce, drastically cut, so we're being realistic about that. On number 3, eliminate central office supervision of school by SIOs. This is part of the whole thing we talked about the whole supervisorial structure. And even though we may have to have some more conversation about this, I think that the staff, with what you've already heard from the board about what we like, that you need to kind of flesh that out the best you can on your own, with what you already know about what we've said as far as our preferences. Same thing in number 6 with reviewing the communications department as opposed to eliminating. On number 8, if there can be, it's a very difficult question, but if there's some way to explain how a type of across the line budget reduction of 5% or 1% or 6%, whatever, how would that be handled? On number 13, as far as closing small elementary schools, we obviously need a lot of information, not just in terms of the immediate savings, but the longer-term savings, as Mr. DeBeck has pointed out many times, and other impacts to the community. On number 15, postponing K-8 CPU increase, the point that I had made in terms of bringing that up was the adding some teachers for the K-8 schools, which I think is a great thing. But if we were trying to freeze the level of students and teacher ratio that we had, is there some way to kind of move around without actually increasing? This might also affect the over-formula issue, too, as far as how many over-formula teachers we really allow. And number 16, really important as far as the Copley funds, the property funds. And then on number 21, charging transportation for certain students. You have a pretty good breakdown already, but in terms of what the other areas are charging and how that would come out in terms of producing $1 million. And then the other issue it's not on here, and I'll go over 10 seconds, is the what I keep calling the below-the-line priority-based budgeting. When we had the $3 million athletic, the particular calculation for GATE that did not seem to be accurate in terms of the GATE teachers and so forth. All of those items below the line, if you know what I'm referring to, I think we need to have a presentation and explanation of all of those. Do you understand? Okay.
If you could,
do you understand, Phil?
The $59 million.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So you can tell him.
When the priority-based budgeting,
the non-operational.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, when the first draft of the priority-based budgeting did not include a number of
I know.
Right. Yeah.
Some are just can't be changed in terms of the CPI and the step and column and so forth. But there's some others that were actually budget items that hadn't been included and need to be kind of scrubbed. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. DeBeck, anything to add?
I'm done.
Ms. Jackson?
No, thank you.
Okay, I think we were done until 5 o'clock.
Can we discuss when we're going to follow up? Because I think we need to give just the staff 36 hours, no, a little bit of time to work on this, but I think we need to get back sooner than next Tuesday.
Sooner than next Tuesday.
Well, that's 5 o'clock. So what, you want to give them some time after 5? I don't care. I could eat.
That's not 5 o'clock. That's
Oh, you mean right now?
What I'm saying is we're meeting back here at 5 o'clock. But
did you just watch all the color drain from your face?
All right, whatever you want. So we'll be on a special thing, but we could postpone our discussion of this until after the 5 o'clock meeting ends and give them time to bring back data. I'm not thrilled to ask them to do that, but I said we could. So if we have an urgency to get the information, we could get preliminary information or not. That's up to the staff and up to you guys.
Well, I was considering like a couple of days.
Why don't we ask Mr. Koba, do you have a sense, Mr. Koba, about at what point you might be able to come back to us with information that's worth...
I don't think it would be after the 5 o'clock meeting.
Yeah.
Too bad I could read you.
The actions I took were you want us to go through and do some analysis or cost out of these 21 items, and from earlier the discussion, reassess the IMC piece, OSIL with some different delivery models, a detailed discussion of the SIO alignment with instructional support. I think what Ms. Jackson said, schools that have foundation or non-district money.
When their budget is above the normal ration.
And then the small school piece. I tell you, something like the small school piece is complicated. You simply can't look at the top 10 schools, just with all due respect to you, because 8 out of 10 might be all in one cluster.
Yeah.
And so there's a ripple effect. So you have to be, assessing feeder patterns and capacities of neighbors. There's a lot more. So I think we can get you some of this information in reasonable detail, but not all of it. Now, when today's Tuesday, I'd have to go through and assign different cabinet individual items, and it would be whatever they can find and get to you by a deadline. If Friday or Monday, it'll be whatever we can get you if I parse it out.
I won't be here Monday.
Would it be
I'm in
possible
Sacramento.
to have a discussion on Thursday, board members, about the structure?
Oh, about the structure of the
Just
SIO.
about the structure.
SIO,
Would that be too much to ask?
Thursday,
I'm just asking.
Anytime
Thursday
after
night,
11.
Yeah.
No, I'm so booked. I've got 4 different bookings on Thursday night.
What about on just for a couple hours at the most, like on Thursday morning? Is that
I can't do it.
possible?
My calendar.
What you say, Johnny?
I said I can't do it. I said, whatever.
Sorry, can or cannot?
Cannot.
Cannot, yeah.
I said I could do available after 11 on Thursday.
And then, Catherine?
I've got to check my calendar. But I know Thursday evening I'm already supposed to be in 4 places at once. And yes, I can do that.
I'm available all day Thursday.
I'm available Thursday morning and Thursday night.
I think we're gonna have to ask Ms. Ward to figure this out. I don't know that we're gonna figure this out right now. But.
Yeah, I think that's true too.
But
There's 2 parts. I mean, one is the discussion, as Ms. Jackson said, about the whole supervisorial structure, and the other is to follow up, and I think we need to do with this information by the end of the week rather than waiting until next week, because we're just extending the cycle. So,
well, 3 is the quorum. Do it.
So if we did it, something on Thursday or even Friday night or Saturday during the day between the different things.
Sorry, excuse me.
What about Friday night? What does that look like?
Friday night's fine.
Friday night.
I can't do it Friday night, unless I divorce my wife.
Well, we're not.
I'm
okay.
teasing.
We're not going to get all 5 of us apparently that can meet before next Tuesday. So, do we want to have a meeting before next Tuesday?
I do think we should meet before next Tuesday.
I do too, but we've just been going through the calendar.
I'm not here Monday. I'm in Sacramento on the PTA safari. If I don't show up for that, they'll shoot me. So.
Well, we got a board's governance workshop. Are we doing away with that on Tuesday?
I can do Thursday morning.
Thursday morning, but John DeBeck can't do it on Thursday morning.
Don't wait for me. Go ahead. You think you can solve the budget on Thursday morning? Do it.
And I can't do it Friday. Well, no, that's not what we're doing. We're talking about evaluating the SIO situation. Friday.
There's 2 things. Yeah.
Well, I asked a question about the governance workshop on 8:30 on Tuesday. What's more important, the governance workshop or the budget?
No, we can definitely move it. But if the question is, is the next time that all 5 of us can get together a week from
Monday?
today? They can't. Catherine's in Sacramento.
Well, what's more important? Okay.
I believe all 5 of us need to be here for that conversation. It's too big a conversation, and so I think we're moving it to next Tuesday.
We can't do it Thursday.
What is our?
John can't come Thursday morning.
John can't come Thursday morning. You can't come Thursday night.
Yeah.
And I can't come Thursday afternoon.
Tuesday morning, we had moved your interpretations indicators.
I think we can move that again. Yeah.
And so, hadn't we put something else in place on Tuesday morning?
The interpretations and the indicators. We moved them from next week.
So we just have to move them again.
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess the only thing would be, in terms of the time crunch, would be what sort of information can be disseminated to board members, what questions board members can ask and get clarified in the meantime, so that we really come in Tuesday already knowing what's going on.
Why don't we just have a list of cuts and vote on them?
Well, actually, I believe on next Tuesday, we should do that. Right. I think that's the goal.
Just do it.
So,
thank you.
Okay. So we just need to have information and opportunity to question staff about a lot of things and be prepared for a decision making on Tuesday.
All right.
If it's next Tuesday, it would be the IMC, OSIL, the detailed SIO, ISS alignment, small schools, the below 59,
And all the work.
And everything on that list.
and the 21 items.
All in
What
less
about
than...
the breaks and all the rest of it? Or whatever the last, have we already ruled on all those others that we just went through today?
No.
I think so. So basically, everything's on the table, right?
Right, page 1 is what he's talking about.
So then you got to have every item and the amount and the personnel involved as a vote on Tuesday. Fine. I don't care when you do it, after we talk about it or before we talk about it.
Before we...
Okay.
That's
so,
the deadline for decision. We'll do it.
So we're reconvening in 10 minutes for the charter school meeting, and then we're reconvening next Tuesday at 8:30.
Get a break.
Budget discussion, and we're going to move the expectations and indicators back to whenever. We'll figure
Soonest available date.
Soonest available day. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Thanks.